G'day guys, welcome to the evening Eurasian live stream. Notice Richard's in the house. Did anybody else get notification? What the hell happened? We had quite a few people earlier in the day, but God, it's only you, Richard, here. Yes. Anyway, went for my walk up the hill, had myself some pork chops and a bit of cheese, and yes, I still got nothing coming in through the StreamYard thing, so I'm still waiting for the chat box to actually fill up, but nothing still, so yeah, I can see the other ones on here, but yeah, they'll get there. Countdown to the Harry. Yeah, thanks, mate. At least you guys are here. Still nothing. What the hell's going on? This is ridiculous. Oh, thanks, Anna. I'm just going to pop out and come back in because for some reason StreamYard is not actually doing anything. So give me a sec. This is ridiculous. Okay, it's fixed it. Bloody hell. So yeah, it just wasn't doing it. For some reason, nothing was coming through. It's just, yeah, sometimes it does happen. Man of the hour, or three, or four. Yes, Robbie. Oh, don't forget to hit the like button as you're coming in. G'day, Stephen. Good to see you, mate. Morning, Harry, and all. Wikipedia I read from all the K2 in soft cheese. Only 6% are MK4, mostly MK9, so maybe not the great source. It depends on the cheese. Gouda, Brie, stuff like that are very high sources. But even menaquinone 8, 9, and 10, the body can actually convert those back into menaquinone 4. The one that has difficulty in converting, so 8, 9, 10 can convert to MK4. MK4, obviously, the highest source is in Brie and Gouda and Camembert. And a couple of the others are pretty good as well. Some of the other Danish ones and stuff like that. But generally speaking, most of the other soft cheeses are much lower in menaquinone 4, but do have high amounts of menaquinone 7. And menaquinone 7 can be converted. The problem child is menaquinone 9 can be converted. It varies, but most people can do it pretty well. Where the issue lies is with menaquinone 7, the one from natto and stuff like that from vegetables. That's where a lot of people have poor conversion. Like a third of the population can't even convert it, so you might as well not even bother. Remember, all the studies that were done by the Japanese and the Dutch were not with menaquinone 7. They would, or menaquinone 9 or any. They were done with menaquinone 4, the animal form, in high doses. So, yeah, as I said, as long most people are pretty good converters of 8, 9, and 10. But if you really want good sources, Brie, Camembert, and Gouda are your best 3 sources of menaquinone 4. When it comes to Gouda to Brie and Camembert, they are 100% MK4. None of the other menaquinones. So if you really just want menaquinone 4, those 2, Camembert and Brie, are the only ones. G'day, Charles. Thanks. Yes. I've been out in the sun. every day. So yes, you do end up getting a bit of a tan. So in the past, I didn't actually spend as much time out. I've been spending hours and hours more than I have in the past. So in that regard, probably I need to to get rid of some of the redness or whatever. I probably need to up my sort of niacin. So I've been a bit on the sloppy side, a bit slow, coming back and going, oh, I can't be bothered giving myself a flush. So because I flush all the time. So, but I probably should get back into it. So to help with improving the tanning and reducing the redness. So yes, in that regard, it's just I need to whip myself into line and do the right thing. And yes, Paul. Yes, they are trickling in slowly. Yes, yes, yes. And again, it stopped. What is this? StreamYard is really annoying today. It stopped at this one. I'm getting nothing else. And there's already quite a few others. What the hell's going on today? This is annoying. I've never had this happen before. This is the first time. I've had other things happen, but not this, where the stream is not populating the comments. Let's just try this again. I'm just going to pop out again. This is really annoying. God almighty. This isn't the way, yeah, for some reason. Quite as Harry's been for a while. Oh, well. G'day, Sammy. How are you, mate? Yes, UV, high exposure. How are you, mate? Good to see you here, the Punisher. Keep some of these rat bags in line. Hello, Anika. Good to see you. Blue cheese would be 2. Yeah, it does have a number of the menaquinones. It does have more, yeah, slightly. Depends on the type as well. But generally speaking, for menaquinone 4, the 3 biggies are Camembert, Brie, and Gouda. So they're your big 3s. So yeah. Yeah, Parmigiana Reggiana is made with raw milk. Yep, we actually get that. Me and Hello Kitty usually get that. Hey Harry, I'm still having trouble metabolizing histamine-rich foods. Any hacks, things to consider? Just tried beef again and got a foggy head with heat flushes. You still may be not. Your body may not be cleansing properly. So now with the actual taurine plays a big role in degrading histamine and also bile also. So if your bile is not being produced properly, up your taurine levels, supplementation, because that will improve your acidity in your stomach to cleanse, to break things down and properly, and also get things working within your bile ducts, because that can be a problem as well. Because you're getting the precursors. I mean, if you're eating saturated fats and monounsaturated stuff like that, you will automatically basically be getting the sort of precursors for DAO. It's usually basically It can be a methylation issue sometimes. There is an issue with methylation. So you may have genetics, which may mean you may need to add choline to basically methylate away. So that can be an issue. So if you take if you're having trouble, try for a couple of months taurine. If that seems to improve but not completely fix the problem, you may have certain genetics that requires choline. So that's more in eggs and stuff like that. But if you can't tolerate them, get a choline supplement or eat liver. But don't eat too much, because basically you can end up with other problems if you overeat that sort of stuff. I would prefer you just use a choline supplement or eggs if you can tolerate them, and taurine. Check my video out on the stomach issue and stuff like that. And sometimes it can be certain types of bacteria, so that Reuteri bacteria can also help that strain to cleanse the intestine out. So it can be a number of reasons for it, from methylation to gut microbiome to gallbladder dysfunction to stomach not functioning properly. So it can be a number of issues. Plus, not enough vitamin D, which is an important when it comes to histamines and also to gut permeability. So can be multiple reasons for it. Yes, well, good morning from Bulgaria as well. So that's a nice place. That was where Dave was last time. So you guys still have really good foods, and you also much wiser population, which doesn't basically adopt Jabba the Hutt policies, which is good. G'day, Bjorn. And no more. And I'll have to go back out again to get more of my... Yes, I don't know what is going on. So I'm down to this one. I have to go back out again to actually populate the chat. Why is chat not working? Let me just try this. Well, that didn't work, did it? So that just popped right after yours, and the other ones are not populating. Oh, God, what is matter with this bloody thing today? I'll be back. It's not a new computer requirement. This is StreamYard. It was working fine before. For some reason, StreamYard is basically not populating stuff through for whatever reason. It's literally just not working. Don't know. When I go out and come back in, it populates. So I've got no idea what's happening. G'day, Neff. Well, you'd hope so. Oh, yeah, my glasses. You're right. Where the bloody hell are my glasses? Well, Roy's here. It should start bloody working now. Maybe they're experimenting, saying, "Oh, let's see," because I complained last time that the thing seems to run away from me. Maybe they decided to modify it. Well, now they've completely and utterly ballsed that up. This is ridiculous. Anyway. Yeah, you don't need to do long fasts. You just need to take taurine. You need to basically get your stomach and your gallbladder working properly. It takes time, and you've got to be patient with these sort of issues. Anyway, Rome wasn't built in a day, and my decalcification took a number of years before I could reverse it. So it doesn't happen. My lung issue took a number of years. Got to be patient. When you've done a lot of damage over decades, not going to happen overnight. Yeah. G'day, Angelo. Good to see you. I wish that was the problem. No, it's not the problem. It's just a StreamYard for today, for whatever reason. I cannot understand. If I put that up, will it change its behavior? So let's go back. Let's go to the comments. Nah. Banners. Private chat. Settings. What the hell is this? Crop solo layout background. No. Hotkeys. Sorry about this. I'm trying to see whether I can find some. Okay. General stuff. Shift banner audio. Shift video for up for. What does that do? Automatically shift video up to avoid covering guests in certain layouts. Automatically. Nope. Well, that's not telling me anything. It's not doing anything. Okay, out again. This is going to be a bloody nightmare tonight, the way it's going. And we're only 17 minutes in. So be patient. Okay, seems to have worked itself out. Seems, hopefully. Let's see, did that last one come in? Please come in, please come in. Not sure. Frustrated. Okay. Let's just, yep. Good. Dylan, good to see you. No, I don't. It's an apple. It's a piece of shit. Neff. Man, great to see you. Yes. Having some computer issues for whatever bloody reason. God. It's never. Anyway, Angela, we can all chat here and Harry can rant in the background if Three refuses to cooperate. I've been doing a lot of ranting and swearing. I use keto and drop 52 kilograms and now carnivore, and I build muscle. Issues is my love handles. Patience. Or cut a bit out of the actual fat, and it should basically go away. Those should go away. So it takes time. You got to be patient. I'm lacking vanilla ice cream. I'm a deficient. Vanilla ice cream deficient. That's it. That's why everything's gone to shit. Yeah, no. It'll make me feel happier. Make me feel happier. Probably not saving, but bloody make me feel happier. So I have no idea what's happening with the damn StreamYard thing today. So yeah, it's starting to very much annoy me, but we'll persist until, so see what happens and how it actually works. So just have to work around it, guys. It's just the way it's going to be. G'day, DJ Projectus. Good morning, Dom, to you as well. Yeah, so pretty much I am a bit annoyed with the situation. So what can you do? Due to a technical issue, we'll be back soon. Yes, very much. Yeah, so mostly carnivore. Yep, and yeah, Roy's pretty much an amateur. Yeah, so seems to be coming through now. So let's just hope it doesn't play up anymore. So because that was the last place when I went out. Sorry, before I went out. And so it is populating other stuff, so it seems to be, let's not jinx it. So do you understand? It's right when I cook, for example, a chicken soup with taurine, goes from the meat into the water, and then I consume it that way. Nothing to lose. Exactly. If you drink the water or the juices and all that, not a problem. If you sear it on both sides, you probably retain. Depends, if you boil it, you're going to lose more in the water. It's just a reality of things. Because it is. Yep, it's actually working now. Not Don't say anything, Harry, before it jinxes it. Harry, sugar generated by the liver from fat. Yeah, the glycerol backbone, that is, with a high, it's low deuterium, like exogenous sugar. No, it's low deuterium because the body has basically it pretty much it's less. It's got lower deuterium in that regard. It does depend on the fat source within the animal, that is, but generally speaking, it is lower. So basically, sugar from gluconeogenesis is going to be lower in deuterium, and basically, but from protein, no. From protein, it's going to be higher. So if you're using like aminos, like, the vegans, when they're actually catabolizing their own muscle mass, well, that's a different thing, because deuterium is used in protein to basically as a growth factor. So protein is somewhere in between fat and sugar. So protein is always going to have higher amounts, and the only type of sugar that's actually lower, all sugars vary. The lowest sugars are in about 145, the highest sugars are around about the 160. So they vary quite a bit depending on the sugar source. Obviously, things like agave, honey, anything that's high fructose, like high fructose corn syrup, that will have much higher deuterium. The more the more the fructose in it, the higher the deuterium. The more the source comes from glucose. Glucose is lower than fructose in that regard, in terms of that. And obviously, because of the deterioration that's actually happening in the body, fat from animal foods is going to be much lower. And so that fat, the backbone, the glycerol backbone of the triglycerides, that part that's used for gluconeogenesis is much lower in deuterium. So yes, not all sugars are made equal, so to speak. The ones that are made in the body are actually the lowest in deuterium, and your fructose is the highest. So the higher the fructose content of any food, it will have higher deuterium levels, period. That's why I say that fruit and things like honey and that have got very high fructose are the worst carbohydrates you can consume. Not accidental why I say that. And people give me the funniest looks, because basically they don't want to hear that fruit is the worst, or honey, or agave, or all this sort of high fructose stuff, let alone it's treated in the liver by like alcohol, and basically creates fatty liver. So yeah, make a new session. No, we're lucky. Don't jinx it, Alex. Don't jinx it. And g'day, how are you? I'd love to get Lazo Boris on. Yeah, it would be great to get him on. Yeah, I'm still probably small fry for him. Actually, look, I may send him an email. Let's see if he says yes. You never know. You're probably right. There's always a chance he may say yes. I heard that in order to be a carnivore, you need to eat 70% animal foods. What's your opinion? Probably 70 plus. Yes, probably. Yeah, I would say, to be considered. That would be 70% would be light carnivore, 80% would be moderate carnivore, 90% would be high carnivore, which is what I am, and then anything above that would be pure carnivore, 100%. So yes, you could put it in that stuff. Anything below 70 is really, you're starting to get into the mixed macro sort of environment in that regard. So it wouldn't be carnivore, it'd be more mixed, and some would even disagree on the 70%. So that say 80 and over. I'm a bit flexible, but that's me. And it depends what the other 30% is. So if the other 30% is things like mushrooms, which is somewhere in between animals and, it's those sort of things, or, pickled certain types which have got probiotic and are probably not the worst carbohydrates. Yeah, I'm probably not as bad on those, but it depends at the end of the day. But for the Puritans, they disagree with me. Simple as that. Just so we can be quite clear on that. No salt. What do you think the long-term carny going no salt? Any particular reasons that would be beneficial? No, I don't think it is, personally. I don't see any benefit for that. Salt is very much a requirement. Even if you upregulate your antidiuretic hormones, you still need a certain level of salt. Not as much. And you listen to your body. If your body needs more salt, it'll tell you. It'll signal to you, that things seem bland. If, on the other hand, because meat has salt, but if, on the other hand, you basically put on salt and you say, "Oh, this is really salty," you've probably got too much that you're recycling. Because remember, 70% of ATP is used to recycle sodium and uric acid. So it all comes down to, at what state you are and all that. Listen to your body, I always say to people. I do. I vary my salt consumption depending on how. If I put salt and I go, "Oh, there's a bit too much," I'll scrape it off and have less. Sometimes I just go, there's no salt on this. Put heaps of salt on and I'll put more. So especially when I'm in the tropics, I lose more salt. So hotter summer compared to winter, all these seasonal variations require different salt levels, especially when you're hydrating from fat. You're taking in less fluids, so you're not losing a lot of electrolytes. And as long as you've got very high levels of taurine, because you're eating a lot of animal foods, you regulate the osmolyte that regulates all the extracellular fluid and electrolytes. Your levels requirements, yes, can adjust in that regard. So yes. Anyway, according to the panel that makes up percentages, yes, according to every panel that makes up, can glyphosate cause a manganese deficiency? There's a lot of claims, but I haven't seen really strong evidence in terms of the science, the literature. So I just say keep it out of your system, because it is an antibiotic and does cause a lot of gut permeability and gut problems in the first place. So why would you want it in the food supply at all? But in terms of manganese deficiency, nothing's really been established on that front. I've heard a lot of things about causing this and that and whatever, and also the glycine, thing and a number of other things, but the science really isn't there. They hypotheses and people putting speculations, but there's no. I've looked at some of the pathways and I can't really. The pathways are not clear there in terms of those mechanisms. You got to be able to establish mechanism to be able to establish how that actually works. So yes, we're still in the weeds on that one. So whether it does additional things, there's a lot of things that people claim that glyphosate does. I know certain things with good science that I can actually prove, and I say just keep it out of your body. It may do the other things as well. We don't know. Why take the risk? So in that regard, I understand that olive oil is not a good to consume, but I do put it on my skin after showering for decades for moisturizing. Not the best idea. I can't imagine to use animal fats in the bathroom. Fair enough. It's only when it's cooked actually that it's oxidized. So if it's raw and you're just putting it on your skin, it probably is not going to be a big problem in that regard. But if you want some fat soluble vitamins and other things and other nutrients, maybe some other type animal product may be more appropriate. There are other types of animal fat with different consistencies that may have a similar effect. You just have to shop around. I'm not really up to date on the ins and outs of those. And I have no problems with plant oils being used topically like that. I've used them in the past. So, as I said, plants are meant for medicinal reasons, not for food. Anyway. Nah, not that. I don't think that guy, GTA, Grand Theft Auto. No. My husband is having more carbs than me. He's a bad boy. He's H1 A1C is always lower. Last time his was 4 point. Get away. Having something flying around. Anyway. So, yeah. Is it because OBC is shorter? Look, it can be. It can be for that reason. Generally speaking, when you're on a carnivore low carb diet, the glycation of your red blood cells is slower. So as a consequence, they don't get taken out of the system as much, and so you can end up having like a higher number. And I usually say that's probably the perfect measurement. I'd say, what's your average blood glucose? If your average blood glucose is good, just go with that. Don't worry about the A1C, because the A1C can be confounded due to the survival in a low carbohydrate state. Any low carbohydrate state, the hemoglobin, though basically the cycle, the recycling cycle is much longer, so it can accumulate a bit more glycation, and so as a consequence, you may think, but the reality is that that they have, people on the carbohydrate diet have more turnover than we do. So this measure isn't perfect for low carb people, for any low carb person. So it can be confounded in that way. So, yeah. And I'm more into what's actually true measure. And when you're actually having a species appropriate diet, it's not an issue. Sometimes, you wake up in the morning and because of the dawn effect, it can go a bit high. Because you've got a lower insulin to glucagon, your blood sugars may go slightly up, but then, mine go, and then they come right down to the fours, like 4.2, 4.5 last time, and it's pretty much irrelevant in that regard. Sometimes they can even go lower than that, but it's not, I don't get too concerned when they're much higher in the morning, in the high fours. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. That's the dawn effect. It's supposed to happen. I need more energy to be utilized. And until it's utilized, there's more circulating in the bloodstream. It's what is happening. If that's constantly elevated high, then it's a problem. Then there's some sort of, something's not working properly, and that's why. But if it's basically, you've got, you're looking at through the whole day, and I've done that test, and it's convinced me that it's not a problem. But there can be times when it goes up due to cortisol and stress. So that can actually push it up to some extent. But that's in a, when you've got a virus, or you've got a basically, you may have an infection of some sort. These things can happen. So don't get too wound up. Those numbers will vary in that regard. As long as they're varying and not consistently high, you don't really have much to worry about. And the A1C issue is a problem with all low carbers. It's like also the glucose tolerance test. We get really bad results when we do it because, for us, our insulin to glucagon is much lower. So when we get this massive spike in glucose compared to others. It doesn't really, it's not really suited for people. It's more suited for people on a mixed diet or stuff like that. On a low carbohydrate diet, very low carb or zero, you really can get mixed results. It can be problematic. So I don't bother. I just don't bother doing any of these tests. I see them as a waste of money and a waste of time, when the research quite clearly shows that there's not really an issue when you look. N of ones on these things tell you nothing. Your body can vary for a whole lot of reasons throughout the whole year. you can get different measurements. I've actually done in the past different measurements and got so many diverse measurements, doing the same thing, eating the same stuff and all that, different parts of the year. I realized that there's so much variability. Why am I wasting my money and time with this sort of stuff? So yeah, that's what I would recommend. Don't waste your time. You know, my anchor is the N15 data that actually tells me that we were super hyper carnivores, and that's what the archaeology shows of the long bones of our collagen. Because remember, bones are a mineralized collagen. That's what bones are, and that collagen tells me that it's the high N15 delta 13 carbon isotope. Tells me that the source is from grass that the animal was eating. It's a grass-eating animal that was basically my source, our ancestral source of protein. And what's that? Ruminant. That's the only thing. Whatever eats grass on the land, and that's baked into that. We have got multiple generations of high animal-eating people, like the Inuit, the Maasai, the Sand people of the Kalahari, and most of our ancestors before agriculture. So that's my anchor. I don't need all these testings and all that. It tells me nothing. They can vary because of genetics and all sorts of things. So I wouldn't get too wound up, believe me. Anyway, McCullough wrote yesterday that Australia bought already 14 doses of jabber for each citizen. True. And how come you don't have such a funny accent like Australians normally do, Paul Mason, etc.? What do you mean I don't have a funny accent? G'day, mate. How are you? She'll be right, mate. What do you mean I don't bloody have one? I just try to internationalize my English for my audience. Otherwise, I'd have no idea what I'm bloody saying. So I have to basically I have to express myself not in, dinky-die Aussie, mate. I have to basically, be a bit more international, Stefan, so people can understand me. Anyway, most Australians do believe that if I got a thick Australian accent behind, but it's masked by avoiding certain words, which are very much, sometimes I use certain words that are like heaps, bloody heaps, mate, or stuff like that. And people know when I use the word heaps, that's what, where other people say lots of this or whatever. And when you say heaps, it's an Australian slang, for heaps of stuff or many things, stuff like that. So, but yeah, I try to basically internationalize my English as much as possible and tone down the Aussie lingo in order to basically not lose most of my subs who cannot understand Aussie lingo, because I used to use a few words a bit more, and as a consequence, some people were going, I don't understand what he's saying. So I had to tone it down, basically. Anyway, do you think dried meat loses some of its taurine? Yes, it does. And a few other nutrients. So, but it's still enjoyable. I still like beef jerky. Yes, I do. That's when yes, I am older, much older than her. He is older. Okay. Your husband. Yes. Fair enough. Yeah, there's genetics, there's all sorts of stuff. Not a problem. You're welcome. Yeah. I always try to remind people, Annika, that basically we can become hypochondriacs, worried about every little thing. Life isn't perfect. Our bodies go up and down, all sorts of things. We have to have anchors, our true ancestral diet, where it comes from. That's what we have to come back and look at the evidence. So anyway, hopefully we get an announcement on the 19th in 3 days' time. I can't say anymore. I'll leave it at that. There's going to be an announcement in Australia in 3 months' time. Apparently, apparently something passed through on the 7th of January through in Parliament, amongst the senior government people that got together. Apparently something passed through, but I can't tell you. Apparently I can't tell you. Anyway, so there'll be an announcement on the 19th. I'll leave it at that. Seems like a positive one, but anyway, I'll leave it at that without saying too much. I'm bound by confidentiality, unfortunately. So, yes. Is it true that glucose is combining with oxidized body and doing even more harm than separately? Yes. Yes, it is. So you've got basically within the lipids, you've basically got lipid peroxidation damaging on the inside. That means esterified cholesterol with free fatty acids that are connected to a molecule of cholesterol. That's an esterified cholesterol. That esterified cholesterol, basically, those fatty acids that are connected to it, if they come from from oxidized vegetable sources, they can interact with because they've got oxidative primary and secondary products, aldehydes, and all that they can secrete, that can go into that inside, and they can actually damage the bilayers of the LDL. That happens the moment they actually get exported. It comes into chylomicrons, get re-exported out into VLDL, goes to IDL, and all that time as it's shrinking, going into the cells, handing over energy. And also remember, if it's oxidized lipids, also it's actually doing damage to the mitochondria as well. So cardiolipin that's after complex 4 can actually be damaged, and then you can actually have loss of the gradient of the proton gradient for the ATP synthase. That rotational thing, you need a certain gradients for the RPM of the ATP synthase to rotate at 9,000 RPM if it can be an issue. So getting back to the other stuff, what I was saying. So yes, it can basically come through and actually cause far more damage on the outside, and then glycating on the outside can actually change the pericellular matrix. That means outside the LDL, there's all those, those little pericellular matrix, which is the glycoproteins with sulfonation of some sugar on the tip. That actually that also gets a bit of sulfur, and that sulfonation that actually combines with that actually creates a negative charge to prevent the stickiness. Now, if too much sugar is in the bloodstream, that can stick on the outside, affecting that pericellular matrix, the actual charge. And if that charge falls, then the stickiness can actually happen with the endothelium lining of your arteries. And then we can get into problems of oxidation at the arterial level, the collapse of the glycocalyx, those little hairline structures, and then coming into the surface, and that lipid peroxidation, oxidative products, ripping those cell membranes, causing inflammation and damage there, causing activation of the immune system, macrophage, and all that. Yeah, all that. And the more you've got of that, the more you're going to cause problems in specific areas where there's more pressure as well. That's why they say high blood pressure is not a good thing. But it's not the high blood pressure that's a problem. It's when you're actually quite inflamed, you're actually got more stress on certain points within the arterial tree in the heart, and those stress points can actually be further damaged. And as more damage, more oxidation, more inflammation, and then basically more repair. And the more repair means the more basically you're basically building up plaquing in those sort of areas. So that's a sort of, yes. Anyway, yes, bloody crazy the world that we're living in. Yes, yes, yes. I hope it as well, because it's only a bronchial infection. Based on that research, you've seen you've seen the video that I actually did. It's only a bronchial issue, nothing else than a bronchial issue in terms. And too many Jabba the Hutts actually can make things worse if you actually get the O variant. Yes, yes. G'day, Robert. Good to see you, mate. Keyboard on angle. Is that your excuse? Just push the lamb out of the way. God almighty, those rallies of yours are really basically feral. I heard that those crackpots will make, a jabber named Viagra Jabber. Oh, because they have expertise in both Viagra and jabbering. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be basically surprised at all. Yes. I'll stick to L-citrulline. That will be my vasodilator. L-citrulline, safe as. Take it half an hour before you have a bit of fun in bed. So, yes. Exactly. That's my point. Yes. WTF. Yeah, probably. Demonic potions. They needed the vegans for the demonic potions. Yes, yes, yes. Such wonderful people they are. They only had to pay out for all their, let's say, misbehavior over $100 billion. They produce perfectly safe stuff, believe me. Yes, I just had to do that for the AI because it's just stupid. The AI just picks up on words. Pass your t-shirt with, yeah, exactly. Yes, F, yeah, logo, and F off. Yes, I know. It's good. It's a good one. I wish he had he's only got one color. I said to him, you should have bloody other colors. Anyway, how are you? What do you think of essential oils for sleep? Not needed. I thought I remember seeing some animal experiments showing that it interacts with or promotes GABA in the brain. Only placebo effect with these oils. Have no idea. We've got so little research. It could be absolute placebo, because the research I've seen 3 studies, and all 3 studies were basically done by industry, and there was no control. So it was just basically, we give it, describe to us how you feel. And many of them felt much better. So is that the placebo effect, or basically did they really feel something? No idea. It's not a controlled thing. So you've got to do a controlled thing where you give people a placebo and people the actual stuff, and you have to have enough, a strong group enough. And a lot of these companies are very, they don't have a lot of money, so they're not going to basically run big trials to basically validate that. So no idea. We have no idea for that simple reason. But if you enjoy it and it makes you feel well, placebo, who cares? If you get a placebo effect and that he makes you feel better, I'll go with that. Plus, as I said, if deluding oneself actually makes you feel better and get healthier, I'm all for it. But let's just be clear that there is no science in that regard. Yeah, probably wouldn't do that because there are some oils in that and the lungs. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't do inhaling stuff, especially oils of any sort into the lungs. Not a good idea. Yes, we've had a few issues with oils being inhaled into lungs, causing all sorts of problems. So I think it's definitely not a good idea. But putting topically on your body, yeah, maybe. Oh, thank you. MMP is breaking down blood-brain barrier, a component of Alzheimer's, and Nope. 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 Collagen degrading enzymes are regulated by the fat soluble vitamins. So the MMPs, they don't break down the blood-brain barrier, so to speak. That's not their purpose. They'll remodel some of that sort of tissue around those areas, but but that's a different thing rather than breaking down the whole barrier. No, it's there's other things that we do to ourselves that can create some permeability in those areas, like gut permeability and all that in that area. So yes, those MMPs are sort of involved, but it's not sort of a direct sort of, it's other things that actually cause the derangement. I know a lot of people sort of say, oh, MMPs, matrix metalloproteinases, are bad. No, they're not. Matrix metalloproteinase is a collagen degrading enzyme that, if properly regulated, does its job, what its genes tell it to do, which is turning over cellular material. That's what it's supposed to do, nothing else. But if you don't have enough fat soluble vitamins, you're highly inflamed and all that, yes, you can overexpress out of the liver too many MMPs, and you can actually break down all sorts of tissues, anywhere in the body, not just the brain, not everywhere throughout the body. So yes, so basically, yes, they can, but only in a deranged state. In a well-regulated state with enough of the fat-soluble vitamins in your diet, and not an issue. So most of this happens to people on a kibble diet. They've got very little amount. They're creating a lot of inflammation, which means that matrix metalloproteinases are activated to deal with that collagen sort of breakdown and to try and fix things. But they basically, like the macrophage, where they get overexpressed, and the macrophage, while it actually can envelop of the virus and stuff like that and clear it out and secrete cytokines to kill the virus, the problem is it produces too much because there's not enough vitamin D to regulate it. So it does it in small amounts to basically kill off slowly. So a couple of days you're feeling a bit crappy, and then eventually it clears out. But the problem is when you get too much unregulated macrophage, it can cause a cytokine storm and kill you. The same thing with MMPs. Unregulated, without key vitamins are retinol, vitamin D, and menaquinone 4. If they're not being regulated properly, then yes, you can have problems, derangements. But it's not the MMPs, it's the derangements due to the, so it's those sort of circumstances. So MMPs can cause all sorts. They can cause unusual growths. So, when you get funny growths on your skin, inside your body, or even, around the blood-brain barrier potentially, or anywhere in the body, both breakdown or, sort of problematic remodeling, it's because they're not being regulated. So they don't know they're not doing what they're supposed to do because they're not being regulated, these enzymes. They need the cofactors to regulate them. And they need the cofactors to control their expression. So, because these cofactors also signal to the liver and say, don't produce any more. We've got enough. We're regulating this part. We're sorting this out. So there's a lot of signaling that's happening in the body. So it's, signaling, breakdown, derangements in signaling, all these sort of things. It's as I said, stop using reductionism. To say MMPs cause the problem. No, they don't. MMPs are required to remodel your tissue, your whole body. Every 7 years, you replace your whole body. MMPs are very important for remodeling, but in a deranged state, uncontrolled and unregulated, they can cause more problems than good, and cause all sorts of collagen problems, in the body where things are not functioning properly. Remember, your bones are mineralized protein. Mineralized collagen. If the collagen is not functioning properly, not building properly bone, you're going to have all sorts of fractures and all sorts of problems. This is the problem. It's not the MMPs, it's the overexpression and the underregulation, which is the problem. Think holistically. Think in terms of an organism that transcripts enzymes and then actually has cofactors and other regulatory things to signal and control and regulate within those genetic parameters. If they go outside those genetic parameters, it's because you're not feeding the animal the appropriate foods to give it the nutrient, the micronutrients to regulate and signal properly. That's when you get derangements. Consider the modern diet or the veganerized diet. So let's think in a more holistic way rather than a reductionist way about these things, how they work. Harry's the best uncle. Oh, here you go, boy. I'll put you on my lap. Keep on moving before I say too much and get myself into trouble. Heaps, I reckon. Yeah. That's the other things. Well, there you go. I can't control everything within. I try to control things as much as possible. There you go. Yeah. She'll be good, mate. 6 or 6. Oh, that's you. Yeah, you guys have got, 6 on your mind. You see 6 sheep and 60 sheep. Couldn't help myself. Anyway, move on. Before I lose all my subs from New Zealand. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I think I may have the Morocco virus variant, bad flu symptoms yesterday, aches in the upper body with slight headache. Yes. Last week I had a bit of and certain people that I know came into contact with certain people, and I had a bit of a tingle for 2 days, and then it all went away, nothing. So I may have got it as well. I don't really care, so I don't really get too wound up about these things. But it was my vitamin D levels are really super high, so it would have just, and taurine levels, I do quite a few grams. It would have just, and I did a couple of fasts, dry fasting and all that, and rebuilt my immune system a couple of times. So my new T lymphocytes would have been ready to go and give that Omicron a kick up its ass. Yes. Oh, yeah, that was Paul Hogan. Yeah, with shrimp on the Barbie, mate. Yeah, exactly. Or the other one with that commercial with that girl, where the hell are you? Caslona. I hope I pronounced it right. Sorry if I didn't. Hi, Harry. Stephanie recommends some veg fiber in order to balance microbiome to use DAO. Nah, not required. Better, no, because histamine intolerance. Can I have to take on this? You need more taurine, my dear. Taurine in meat degrades histamine. But also there's a stomach, gallbladder issues and stuff like that. Fiber actually causes problems in the enteric system, actually can make things worse. So I don't recommend it. Yes, hopefully I can get that bloody video out about fiber next week. So, and I eat shitloads of cured meats, as Hello Kitty knows, because we buy all this cured meat and all that. And I used to have histamine problems. I don't have any. So biggest problem is that most people don't get enough taurine in their diet to fix a lot of these, the stomach, gallbladder, and MK4. That starts resolving a lot of these problems when your bile starts working properly and stuff like that. Take a look at what are the key fats you need. Saturated fats and monounsaturated fats to produce DAO. So, if you're not getting enough of certain things, so it's not the DAO, it's gut permeability as well, stuff going into the gut. Remember lipopolysaccharides as well. So is it histamines or is it reactivity from lipopolysaccharides? The little tail, the little hairline tail that is actually to create a negative charge over so they don't stick, the bacteria, that they cleave that off, that LPS, lipopolysaccharides. Actually, taurine eliminates a lot of that. Plus, vitamin D seals the tight junctions, which means some of that stuff can't even get into the actual bloodstream. So yeah, is it permeability? Is it, there's a lot of issues. Sometimes people get their vitamin D levels up and all these issues go away. So, maybe it's only gut permeability. Remember, histamine actually has an important, if you go zero histamine, you'll die. Actually is an important part of the immune system. So yeah, I think a lot of people are into reductionism. Yes. So it can be a lot of different things. So yes, you'll have to wait until I do the video that will cover all this and explain all this. I don't want to give too much away because some of my competition is listening in sometimes. So already when I come out with a new video, you just have to look at some of my old videos. When I come in, I got an all new twist on all these things, and I blow all the myths away because there's a lot of myths out there on a lot of fronts, and people go, wow, that's how it really works. Not how most of the people out there in YouTube land think it works precisely, because they just follow the same bullshit that everybody else does. I don't. I do deep research to understand really how things work. I had to fix my heart. So I had no option. It was survive or die. So for me, I had to learn things and push away the bullshit. And there was plenty of it, I can tell you. 90% of the stuff that I read was absolute excrement that I wish I had all those hours back to dedicate it to other research. Yes, definitely throw a shrimp on the barbie. Yes, definitely, mate. That's exactly it. Exactly. We definitely do. Like more. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Yes. Sure, I have the C word. Oh, yeah, we definitely use the C word down here. You fucking cunt. Yeah, oops. I probably got demonetized. See what you done to me? Harry Dundee. Sounds better. Roy Dundee. Yeah, that sounds better. Okay, fair enough. Yes. Besides deuterium and other reasons, is fructose so bad, especially for people still with issues? Definitely. And if you're not, if you're in the tropics, probably less of an issue because you can, if you're out in the sun and you're 19 parts per million per hour, deteriorating. So that can help. But, if you want longevity, keep it out of your system. The plants just basically put all that happy stuff in there so you can actually eat it and then go and shit it somewhere so you can move its seeds from one point to another. Don't do the dirty job for it. Is it true that one should not shower directly after sun exposure because it will interrupt D3 and sweat of the skin is necessary in the process? Look, there is some research that shows right immediately after it could be an issue, but by the time most people actually do it, it's not an issue. Because you basically also get on the sort of the bases of the hairline, and then it usually, there's some that's generated on the surface and some that's generated further in. There's a lot of confusion. We've never done really proper studies, and I've always said, looking at some studies, if people shower much later on, it seems to be better, but it's still very unclear. I think I've said it ages ago. I did say that it can be a problem. I'm not as convinced anymore that it is a problem, but I usually say to people, just in case, because going back, because there's a lot of people that think it's a problem, and that I sort of looked at some research that seemed to show that it could be a problem, but that was done in animals, and animals basically do actually generate it in their hairs, and then it comes down their hairline into the follicles and then gets absorbed there. From our research now with humans, it is believed that it actually is in the it's in the skin itself rather than the hair follicles, have nothing to do with it. And that's slightly different with the animals. And so that research is not applicable. But again, there may be some that's produced there. So Is it a good idea to basically not shower immediately? Maybe. Still unclear in that regard. So the jury's out. Let's put it that way. I won't say definitively one way or another because we don't know 100%. It's just a reality. Is it true that blood tests only show late-stage hemochromatosis? When it comes to research on hemochromatosis, we don't have any research in terms of what are called stages. All we've got is basically, we've got blood work. You've either got it or don't in terms of disease problem. But yeah, it's difficult to explain that one. But what I've noticed is when people are doing are basically having more taurine, which is also has because it's an osmolyte, it also regulates a number of the minerals. And it seems that when there's more taurine in the system, that basically hemochromatosis, people that eat more meat, and we've done experiments with a couple of people, it seems that, Dylan, that hemochromatosis resolves. I've had two people and one person that came to my live stream that said, I started going on a high meat diet and my hemochromatosis went away. I suspect taurine has something to, there's a bit of research, but not enough. There's associational research, but we don't have like absolute mechanistic studies. So I can't say with definitive, but on the associational front, yes. On the mechanistic cause and effect, no, we don't have research. Anecdotes, plenty in the carnivore community. So I'm of the theory that probably taurine has something to do with it because it's an osmolyte and regulates a lot of the other minerals. And it probably is having an effect in regulating, also iron in the body. It seems when there's less free iron, when there's more taurine in the system. So that's an association. But I think that it's probably it's a very significant statistically significant, but still we just don't have the cause and effect sort of stuff for mechanistic stuff to basically say, yes, definitely. Yeah. So that's I know my answer isn't yes or no. It's very highly possible, but that's all I've got, when it comes to the science, mechanistic science, unfortunately. G'day. Congrats to Australia for using verbal Djokovic. Stalin would be proud. Yes. Our comrade down here and his comrade across the pond. Yes, they're in great agreement. Yes, very much. Yes. I probably Jan. Stjan, is it? Look, sorry if I've probably killed your name. I do apologise, but yeah, the pronouncement is yes. If you put it in Cyrillic, because I do read Greek, I'm fluent in Greek, maybe I'll be able to pronounce it much better, your name. It doesn't matter. I'm here to answer. That's okay. Not a problem. Oops. What did that do? Since switching to a meat-based diet, I can't remember the last time I was sick before this. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, me too. Very much so. Yes, exactly. Yes. Ate my meat as well. Damn mutt. That's another thing. We call dogs mutts. Damn fucking mutt. Yeah. Aussie lingo. Yes. I mean, if you were to hear me sort of conversing with some Aussies down here and talking just the traditional lingo, because in Tasmania, people are very, very much, they can talk quite a bit of that. You'd be sitting there and going, what the hell's Harry saying? You'd be a bit confused, let's put it that way. So I have to internationalize my English, because, you know, at least is in a more internationalized form. The majority of people will understand. Plus, there are people from non-English speaking backgrounds. So if I was to go very heavy Aussie, yes, people like Anika and many others from other parts of the world who, you know, the English is not their first language, would struggle quite a bit. So got to keep it, you know, within certain parameters. I do slip up now and then. We are human after all. Yes, can't be perfect. Only God's perfect. Yes. There's a lot of problems with a lot of these tests. There can be false positives. It can happen. Sometimes you may have had it, then you've cleared it, and there's a bit of a viral material left around, but you don't have it anymore. So, yeah, it's too hard to be, you know, most of them are not too bad. Probably about 70% is probably, you know, they're getting better. They're not completely, but the rapid ones are going to be less accurate. Let's put it that way, compared to the other ones. So not perfect, but I don't, you know, that's what they use out there. That, you know, I think it's a waste of money. Unfortunately, a lot of businesses are wasting a lot of money on this sort of shit. Personally, that's my personal opinion. I would say put more money into improving your vitamin D status and your meat deficiency status, you know. So if you improve your meat deficiency and your vitamin D deficiency, you should do far better with a stronger immune system. If you've seen my T lymphocytes are, you know, the saviors of, you know, the T cells, check out that video. It's in my playlist of the COVID stuff, and people should check that out and they will know what I mean. There's a playlist going all the way back to my first video where we didn't know much about the whole thing anyway at that stage, but I was recommending, because it was a coronavirus, I was recommending vitamin D as your first line. And I think I've been vindicated with even the recent British Medical Journal about the stem cell production of T lymphocytes and how important they are in long-term memory and clearing out the stuff very quickly and rapidly. It's what I've been saying for a long time. Vitamin D, strong immune system, clear the stuff out. But, you know, now we've actually got people in the sciences basically confirming all that, which is good. Yes. Unfortunately, politicians only listen to crackpots and big pharma. They're the people that control them, actually. What's your thought on the mafia-controlled gas stations called Russia invaded Ukraine soon, World War III kicking off soon? I don't think we're going to go to World War III, to be honest. Whether remember the Ukraine, the eastern Ukraine, the entire eastern Ukraine and Crimea were part of Russia. Khrushchev, under the Soviet government, actually handed that for administrative purposes to the Ukraine. It was never part of the territory of the Ukraine. So people need to go back in history and look that the Ukraine was on the west side of that big river system that comes right down to Odessa. So basically, after the Soviet Union broke up, which was illegal under the constitution of the Soviet Union, no state, these politicians in Belarus, Russia, and the Ukraine decided to break up a union which they had no legal authority to do. So Only Gorbachev had the authority under the constitution. So they illegally ignored the constitution and violated it. So technically, when the military tried to take action against them, they will actually protect defending the constitution. Whether you agree with that constitution or that state, I don't agree with that system, don't get me wrong, but basically in terms of law, they basically violated the law. And as a consequence, rather than actually sorting out the mess back then and saying, look, that part should go back to Russia because it was always part of Russia, it was put under administration within the Ukraine Soviet Socialist Republic by Khrushchev, the guy that actually followed after Stalin. And today we wouldn't have had this problem. The Ukraine would be basically primarily Ukrainians on that western side, and they would basically have become part of the new system or whatever. So this Russia would have had that territory as they had it in the past, and where it's primarily Russian speakers. And remember, they were the majority in the Ukraine. And when it came to the elections, they would always win the elections, and their president would always get elected. Basically, the CIA made sure that they toppled with a coup the actual the government, and then appointed Ukraine nationalists in government. That's what actually happened, because basically it's just part of the the State Department still has this agenda against Russia. So I mean, the State Department still thinks the Cold War is running. Russia is not the Soviet Union. They don't have an existential threat anymore. Back then they did. Communism versus capitalism. They had an existential threat. That ceased to exist. The Russians actually, even under, tried to actually have good relationships with the Americans. Even basically under Bush, Putin was trying to improve relations. He even offered to actually join NATO, and they told him no. They rejected him. So basically, he tried to befriend the West, become part of the West and all that, and unify, because they'd been allies of the British back in the First World War, if you remember. And so, but they were basically told, no, you can't become part of the West anymore. And so what are they left? They're left basically isolated. They either create their own sphere of influence, or they basically, and so basically they had no option but to go back for their own national reasons, national sovereignty. Can you imagine? People talk about if NATO forces were on the border of basically the Ukraine and Russia, that would be an existential threat to them. They've been invaded twice by Napoleon and the Germans. So basically, think of from there. How would the Americans feel if on the Canadian borders there were Russian tanks? They wouldn't like that, would they? Well, it's the same thing. How do you think the Russians feel? It's like the Cuban Missile Crisis over again. The Americans on the border, they're very close to the heartland of Mother Russia. It's an existential threat for them as well. That is why, so yeah, that's the reality. You don't have to agree with the regime. I don't agree with the regime. I think Putin is authoritarian, and I think I don't think much of the regime. And it's up to the Russian people to sort out their own mess. But as far as I'm concerned is, on the geopolitical agenda, the Americans basically just, they just want to basically dominate everyone. They need to understand is that their allies in Europe and many others basically are their real power base. If we tell them to fucking take a hike, they're nothing without us, because at the end of the day, they still need us. Now, obviously, it's important for democratic societies to sort of stick together against authoritarian societies. I don't disagree with that. But at the same time, when there are options of basically bringing other societies closer and, rehabilitating them in a sense and bring them closer as part of the club, it's a good idea to do that rather than basically turning them into enemies when they don't even want to be, forcing them into an enemy state. That's basically the knuckleheads, the Brzezinskyites, who basically, Brzezinski was a Polish American. And so obviously he had resentment towards, but even Brzezinski now has come back and actually recently said, not too long ago, a couple of years back, he actually said that he doesn't support that, the Brzezinski doctrine anymore, that, we need to move beyond that. Russia is not an existential threat in terms of it's no longer the Soviet Union. But unfortunately, there are still people in the State Department that still have got this notion in their mind. And it's the reason why they support the Islamo-fascists in Turkey to use them against, in Kazakhstan and all that. That's all of it's part of. All they're going to do is the Americans in the end, because they're such idiots, is basically force the Russians and the Chinese together. And there's going to be this massive Eurasian, and possibly even the Germans, this massive Eurasian sort of block that basically will tell the Anglosphere to go get fucked. So it's basically these politicians are, how can I say, they're not statesmen, they're fools. People like Eisenhower, people like back, Churchill and people like that, they weren't fools. They understood you need to make deals. Churchill didn't like Stalin, but he was willing to make deals with Stalin because he knew you had to. There's a difference. These people are just basically blinkered. I'm just gonna, the Russians. It's just ridiculous. Where the real existential threat for the long term for them, their main creditor is China. Their main trade, partner is China. Their main competitor is China. The most technologically advanced, especially in the next, will be China. So yeah, that's where their real concern is. And wouldn't it be nice to have basically a country that can supply all the resources to China in terms of oil and gas and minerals? Wouldn't that be nice to have that as a partner rather than as an enemy? This is what I mean. Fools, absolute fools. Even basically if Nixon was around, he'd ally with China. Even Trump tried to. Ally with Russia. Even Trump tried to, because he understood that having that, you could basically prevent China from creating this massive Eurasian trade bloc, energy bloc, and security bloc in the long run. And that's exactly what the Americans are handing them without even having to fight for it. Ridiculous. But that's geopolitics for you. When people are so, their mind, it's really the British that are dragging the Americans by the nose, and pretty much because it's payback against some of these countries because they resent these countries because they lost out empire and many other things. It's all about that. It's a lot of egotistic, or a lot of posturing and a lot of stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. But yes, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. It's a security mess and a security nightmare. If somebody basically does the wrong thing, it's all over, Red Rover. Luckily, I'm in the southern hemisphere, quite away from it. You guys are fucked if it blows up in your faces. For Russia, this is an existential threat. This is like the Cuban Missile Crisis. America is willing to go to war over Cuba. Russia is willing to go to war over the Ukraine. People in the West need to understand that. And if they don't understand it, yes, the potential for World War III is really real. Truly real. There's no way that the Russians are going to allow an existential threat. The best way to diffuse the whole problem would be to basically say, let's create a federated state of the Ukraine, so both communities feel safe within that federated state. Either split it or create a federated state and create a neutral buffer state. Nobody gets involved. Everybody leaves it alone. It could still become part of the EU, but it couldn't become part of NATO. You'd sign an agreement, and that would end, and it couldn't have foreign troops on it, which basically would create a perfect buffer state. Russia would feel safer. The Americans would also, because Russia couldn't actually go through to hit Western Europe. So it would actually ease tensions. Why aren't people basically? I would basically kick most of the people out of the State Department, appoint new people that basically are have some sense, because those idiots at the moment are driving us into another war potentially. Absolute crazy crackpots, because they're the only undisputed empire on the planet. They think they can do anything now. That's the arrogance, the level of arrogance where they've got to. And unfortunately, that arrogance could backfire big time. Haven't they learned from Afghanistan, from Iraq, from all these other things? Now they want to literally, they want to have a conflict with a big bear? Oh, God, how crazy can you be? Anyway, I've had my bloody rant, but the Americans have just lost the plot. They're a good ally. Greece, I support the alliance between Greece and the United States and France, in that regard, and for the Australia in this part of the world. But the Americans have really lost the plot. I think a good ally should be able to criticize their allies if they're doing ridiculous things that are actually creating more problems than you can poke a stick at, because they are. Even with the Chinese, could be handled a bit differently and soft power pressure rather than this over-the-top stuff. Yes, it's quite funny how these things are playing out. Again, obstinate politicians that basically they've always got their way and they think they can always get their way. Even the Americans are sick and tired of this. They just look the level of poverty, the level of destruction of middle-class families and the society in the US. They want more of that money going back to supporting their society, to build an industrial base, to build manufacturing, to build schools, hospitals, roads, all this dilapidated, they don't have to spend this amount of money. And just think of it, if they even cut the military budget down to 300 billion, they'd still have the biggest budget in the world compared to any other country. They'd still be able to have the biggest military in the world, but just slightly smaller. And then that 400 over a decade, that's $4 trillion. They could actually pay back down a lot of debt as well and bring down their debt to GDP below 100%, which would basically improve the credibility of that reserve currency, which the rest of the world needs that stability. So even on that front, they're unstabilizing their own currency, they're unstabilizing their own economy with this adventurism. If you take a look, it was a Vietnam War that actually basically made them a non-surplus nation where they had to go off the gold standard because they no longer were a surplus nation. And all these other incidents are basically, caused them at massive debts and actually are threatening their own, reserve currency status. They've really lost the plot. The politicians there are so arrogant that they're not looking future. They're basically just, what can I grab now? What can I, how can I get reelected and all this? There's no thinking about the future consequences of their actions. So they've really lost the plot. That's all I can say. And it reminds me, end of civilization or end of empire. People really think they double down. They think they can do more when they should be doing less to basically hold back the decline. If you added, just think of it, $4 trillion back into the American economy, building roads, rail, rebuilding some of the industries and stuff like that. Can you imagine how many people you'd be putting back to work? How much wealth you would create to pay back a lot of the debts, but also basically to make America again very powerful, like they were right after the Second World War. Second World War, they had a debt to GDP of 244%. Yes, 244%, more than double what they've got now. And then they had the golden years of capitalism. You know why? Because they taxed the rich, all these elites, heavily. Trump won't do that. Somebody else needs to come along to do that. They taxed them and redirected all that money into projects like building roads, rail, all sorts of things. And they basically had created a massive boom, economic boom, and a massive growth of the middle classes because all these high-paid middle-class jobs created. And also because the rich had less money to speculate, the elites, what happened was they couldn't crowd out the middle class. So a middle-class person could buy a new home with 3 years of salary. You could actually do a lot of things. The middle class, it was the golden years of capitalism. It was the golden age of the middle class when the bankers weren't in control of the American economy. If they really want to go, they should go back to that sort of Keynesian model, but that and tax the living daylights and prevent these rich people from basically screwing the world economy as they've been doing for a very long time and abusing. Because these elites basically are just turning the whole world. They're creating funny money, cheap money, deliberately, and they're crowding out everybody. Their asset price, all the assets are going very expensive. You know what that does? it doesn't only crowd out the poor people, it makes everything unaffordable, even for the middle class. The middle class can't afford homes for their kids or themselves in some cases. They're turning everyone. Remember, you don't have to own anything, and you don't have to basically you just rent it from them and work for them as a little slave, as a little serf. The new serfdom, the new rentier society. That's what really they're building. They're building the new rentier, high-tech, financialized society where they control everything, and you're basically just a little pawn eating kibble and basically renting everything from them as a peasant. That's what they're turning us in. So by printing money the way they do, they asset appreciate everything and impoverish the middle classes completely. If you want to rebalance the economy, you need to take it from those who have benefited the most for a very long time and who have speculated the most and are actually caused most of the imbalances in the economy. You've got to rebalance by rebalancing the money back the other way. I'm not saying take the money from the rich and give it to the poor. No, not that. Take it and reinvest it into the real economy, building new roads, new rails, new infrastructure, all this sort of stuff. Basically, a new deal, not a new Green Deal. That's bullshit. A new deal to rebuild the whole economy of different countries. That is what's going to do the big reset. Otherwise, we're heading for another Great Depression. And it's going to take a decade before we wake up to ourselves, maybe even a war, before we then do the same thing we did back in the early 50s and late 40s, because that's what we did. The highest marginal rate tax in Australia was 67%, and there were restrictions of capital flow. The rich couldn't just take the money wherever they liked. There were certain restrictions, so they couldn't actually run with the money. So these sort of things need to come back to refix. You need basically a patriotic capitalism to basically rebuild like we did back then. There are some people that say money should be going back to infrastructure and stuff like that, rebuilding the Australian economy, because it's not going, and other things. And that's the problem. So why we're in a mess. We have to rebalance. You can't rebalance without taking a lot of the speculative wealth from those who speculated and made a lot at the expense of others. So yes, just because they had so much wealth, they could speculate and push up asset prices and actually make themselves wealthy and impoverish everyone else by monopolistic capitalism, because that's what it is, monopolistic capitalism, and in the extreme form, ending up as a rentier feudal capitalism. That's exactly what's happening. And that's really just screwed the whole system up. And that's why we're in the mess we are, and all the other stuff. And now we've got, this fake pandemic, which they've really screwed us financially and, impoverished even more. How many small businesses? They're never going to appear again. People worked decades to build those businesses, and you go around and you see all these little small businesses that have been decimated. And it's all these big brand names now that are dominating. So, yeah, pretty much the workers and the middle class got screwed big time. Unfortunately, a lot of them are still brainwashed too much to understand that this has happened to them. Yes, they watch their TV and they get their little kibble and they're happy, docile things. Yeah, anyway, creatures. Anyway, had my rant. Need to lower my blood pressure after all that. Oh, great for the blood flow to the brain, what I did. Low dose is better. Actually, that's a better one than the other one, than the V one, than the Viagra one. But yeah, I'd I'll stick to citrulline, which is basically the best thing. Yes, let's stick to that. Oh, they have vegan. Bill Gates pushes vegan. Oh, yeah, exactly. He wants to buy all the farms. He wants to basically. They want to basically own everything. These tech giants, they're sitting on a mountain of dosh, and their banking mates on a mountain of dosh. They don't care. So let me explain to you something. People that have got the money don't really care about hyperinflation or stagflation, or basically or deflation or whatever. They don't care about any of that. All they want is to make sure that the asset prices are becoming higher and higher. The higher they become, the more they crowd out everyone else, because the rest of us can't afford it. If a home costs 200,000, most of us can afford it. If it's $1 million or 2 million, very few can afford it, which means it crowds out most of everyone else and turns you into a renter. And that is exactly what they've been doing for some time now. It's a Ponzi scheme. All these, new money coming in and all that. All it does is, if you look at the currencies, they've basically just done this to the value of the US dollar, the Australian dollar, all these dollars. The reason why it's been masked, and we haven't noticed it as much, productivity. It's IT and technological productivity that is masking this issue. So the devaluation of the currency is being masked. So this currency type inflation is being masked because of productivity. Productivity is cancelling it out. And lack of unionism, they broke with the unions years ago, the rich. So basically workers are just getting pittance. So there's no wage inflation. So you've got productivity from technology. So basically it keeps down that curve so they can print more money. So technology is a great thing for them. They've realized that because they're no longer affected by the genie, but they literally just stuffed themselves up recently. How do they do that? By going carbon neutral and all that, and creating expensive energy. All of a sudden, they've created the stagflation, nightmare, and they just realised they stuffed up. They could have played that game a bit later rather than earlier. So they played it in the wrong sequence. Let's not forget, these people they don't always get the timing properly. They're not gods. They get the timing properly. They do stuff up. And in that regard, they're actually creating more inflation while they've been trying to keep the whole Ponzi scheme going so they can buy more assets. And what do? They buy back their stocks. They buy back their stocks each time as they push the stock prices up. So what are they doing? They're concentrating more of the wealth in their own hands. And more of the middle class, because they're more impoverished, they have to sell their assets to try and hold on to their living standards. Yeah. They've been really, free market. There is no free market. Don't be deluded. This has been controlled from the beginning, from the time of the Caesars, the time of the way back to when the early emperors and early kings and the pharaohs. They've been controlling they tell you that it's free. It's not. It's all they run it. They regulate it, and they basically strip as much as they can for themselves. So don't be deluded. We've just been bullshitted a long time ago, and we've got these so-called expert economists who just tell us garbage. Their stuff is just deranged and nonsense. I mean, how can you even believe? Most of the economics, if you go and do a degree in economics, it's all about, it's like you're actually in a barter economy where there's no money. It's a perfect system. The way they describe it is a perfect system, but it's actually a barter economy with no money. That's what sort of works, because you don't have these imbalances. But when you actually add credit to a system and you take from the future, you can magnify those imbalances astronomically. And that's what they've been doing to make themselves very, very rich at the rest of our expense. And all the productivity, our hard effort in their workplaces, they've just siphoned all that off for themselves, and then speculated even more to push those asset prices even higher so they can crowd us out even more. They use our own labor to basically make us even poorer because of productivity. They can do it even faster than they could in the past. So, yeah, people just don't realize. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on back to the nutritional stuff. How far is the science in regards to regrowing teeth, Harry? There was actually, back in the Soviet Union, there was actually some research in Georgia in actually regrowing teeth, and there was actually a scientist that actually did some really good work. But unfortunately, a lot of that work never got out to the West, and I have no idea what's happened since then. So, because there was actually, I remember reading, because I used to read magazines. There was a science magazine from the Academy of Science of the Soviet Union, and I used to read it. And so well, it was well read, as I said, because I was really into science at the time. And so I have no idea what actually happened. There is apparently some company in the West, that some Russians that are there now that are basically doing some work, apparently. But yeah, I don't really know much about what's been happening. But yeah, you probably have to Google to find out whether any of that research really got out in that regard, or whether they're doing anything in Georgia at this moment. Maybe they're still doing something, but it hasn't got out of that place because nobody knows about it. So that's the other thing. If people don't know about something, it's a bit like, those leg, the Russian things, those circular things, those that they actually put to lengthen your legs. Well, that came out of Russia as well. So it's like the deuterium stuff came out of Russia, and so did the photonic stuff about red light and all that. But they did a lot of basic research in physiology, shitloads. It was a lot of it was for military reasons as well. It wasn't for human reasons, for the proper reasons for health. But it was to find out whether they could actually weaponize any of this knowledge at the time. But at the end of the day, we learned a lot about how the body really works, which was good. But no, I'm not really up to date with any of the new stuff in that regard. Yeah, I know what you mean. Implants and all that is probably not the best thing because it can accumulate bacteria and all sorts of things. Can be a problem in that regard. And actually, some people can actually even get some of their own tissue damaged and stuff like that. So I've heard about severe infections and causing damage to the face. So there's all sorts of risks with implants and even some associational data that basically some of that bacterial load around the infection side of an implant may end up in the heart, and it can be a problem in terms of heart inflammation through the thoracic duct. So that is another problem. So yeah, let's put it this way. I've got a number of concerns about the technology as it is currently. When I get a chance, I'll look into it. It'll have to be later in a couple of months' time that I'll look into it. But at the moment, I'm not really up to scratch with what's happening or whether the information even got out of Georgia. Maybe Google, maybe see, there may be a university in Georgia that actually, look at their URL, the country's URL, and just put in there to see, is there anybody doing any work in that area? You may just discover something, Stefan, and so an option. It's an option. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. The monks from Mount Athos were right about World War III. That should start year 2022, 2023. I wouldn't waste my time with what monks think or anyone thinks. And I'll tell you why. Because basically only God knows when these things will happen. Basically. And even the end of the world when that will happen. And that was quite said by Christ himself, that only God knows, not basically anyone, any human. So I doubt that that's going to be the way it's going to play out. But anyway, people have their opinions sometimes. I don't know how they worded it because I'd have to see it in the Greek and see exactly, because sometimes when it gets translation, things go astray with translation. So they may be saying that they have got concerns and things seem to be going in that direction, but it may not be a prediction, more of a worry. So I'd have to look at it. So I can't comment on what the monks said in that regard because I haven't read it myself. A lot of people say things, but unless I hear them, what they've actually said as a person, yeah. Yes, in that regard. Instead of tried the memory in the brain or a certain scent triggered pleasant memory maybe fix. Yeah, who knows? It's a hard one. I think there's a bit of placebo around it. I'm still not really convinced and all that. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. I'd have to actually hear Bjorn as well. I'd have to exactly what did they say. Sometimes people just take stories. It runs and it starts from something and then it becomes something completely different through social media. So who knows what's wrong with inhalation? Even a distance away from the diffuser, letting evaporation into the air is bad for the lungs. I think so. Oils, in particles being inhaled into the lungs, I don't think it's a good idea. So not at all, because they're oxidized. The oils, they're in contact with the atmosphere, with oxygen molecules. They're going to oxidize to some extent. They're under temperature. So they're more reactive, so they can break down. And so the vapor is going to be far more oxidized. And as a consequence, it gets in the lungs. That's going to cause lipid peroxidation, and not a good thing. So I would say absolutely not. Put it on your skin, fine. No problems with that. No idea, mate. No idea. Look, Rotary has antiviral, anti-pathogenic properties. And it's one reason why I say if you've got a bad gut microbiome, use the Ruteri supplement to deal with that, with C. diff and a whole lot of things. It definitely does have but we don't have any, it's not going to do you bad. Let me put it this way, it potentially could, but I have no evidence. But we do have evidence that it's anti-parasitic, antiviral, antibacterial, and stuff like that, antifungal. It has a number of, it cleanses the small intestine from a lot of other bacteria that can be pathogenic, and it can lower the viral load in those tissues as well. So could it help in regards to the C issue? Potentially. But do I have any evidence for it? No. So I can't claim something that I don't have evidence to support. But, Ruteri, the lactobacillus strains in general have a lot of immunomodulating and improvements to the health. And it's the reason why when we come out of the birth canal from our mother, we get coated. And also in mother's breast milk, there's a lot of basically Ruteri and many other of the lactobacillus strains. So yes, they're important. So I would say yes, but without any definitive proof, I can't say definitively in that regard. I can only extrapolate and speculate at this point. Yes, first economic crisis, then an attack from Turkey against Greece. Russia will attack Turkey in retaliation, and who knows how things could play out. Things are very strange at the moment. Let's say things are very unstable, and there's a lot of, let's say, unstable characters like Erdogan. Putin, I think, is much more stable, but if he's pushed and there's an existential threat when it comes to the Ukraine, he may act. It's the Turks under Erdogan. He wants to win the next election. He's going to be defeated. And from what we see, and potentially he could start a conflict, because hoping that, politicians always go to war when they can't win elections, hoping that they can win one. So, yeah. And if basically, Turkey does something crazy like that, it brings in France, a nuclear power, into the conflict as well. So, yeah, It's scary. Let's put it that way. Yeah. I'm glad I don't live in Europe at the moment. Let's put it that way. Things are very unstable at the moment, and if people just make the wrong choices and wrong decisions, things could really go to shit, unfortunately. So it is a worry. Not a problem, mate. Take care. Robbie, see you, mate. Very good for business. Exactly. Very, very good for business. I have a strange stomach issue. When I drink pure water, I often get immediate cramps and diarrhea, but never when I put a bit of salt or lemon juice in it. Do you have an explanation? Osmosis, maybe? Yeah, I suspect it's probably the sodium, the chloride in the salt. That's what I meant, and also the sort of the part of that citric sort of part, which actually seems to have an effect on the stomach as well. In terms of the proton pumps, you're probably basically generating a bit where when some of that stuff comes out of the stomach, it actually has to be neutralized by bile. And the bile that's actually neutralizing it is basically then gets recycled and actually minimizes the amount that ends up in the colon. What may be happening is because maybe you need a bit more taurine over time, that still that isn't regulated properly. Remember, how quick stuff exit through the gut system is determined by the regulation of taurine over the stomach and gut. So peristalsis, so the motility of the whole system is influenced by taurine, and it takes some time for that system to be regulated. So water may be basically pulling out, but there's no sort of there's no other factors that are being excreted, and so the bile that's coming out is sort of it's not properly utilizing or operating. It's possibly, it's hard to say, but I would say that that water is one of those things that can actually come through the system a bit faster. You're supposed to absorb it, so I would say the motility of your gut is a bit on the faster side. So over time, as you get in more meat and taurine, what will happen is that will slow down slightly and you won't get that effect. So yes, so it's all about regulating the peristalsis, the movement of stuff through the entire digestive system, and taurine regulates all that as well. But sometimes it can take time before it all regulates properly. So you've only been on it, I know, because you spoke to me recently. You're only on it more recently, so it takes time for all of it to be sorted out and settle down. So, and as I said, take a bit of taurine as a supplement additional to improve the regulation of that. Going quicker to a carnivore diet as well can also, there's a bacterial strains and all this sort of stuff to regulate. That also may not emerge properly, and so it may take time for that stuff to regulate. So everything happens at a certain time. G'day, Tom. Yeah, I'm high in vitamin D as well. If I was low not eating kibble, I might have been bedridden. Exactly. I had a tingle in my throat and a headache yesterday. Maybe Rona. Feel better today through. Oh, there you go. You got a good vitamin D status, Bjorn. So nothing to worry about. How long does it take for a healthy male to get his vitamin D levels up to 80 or 90 with 10K IU? Hard to say. Hard to say. It depends on a lot of things. Your genetics, your size, your fats, the size of your fat cells, or how many fat cells you have. So you may have, let's say you're lean, you've leaned out, and you've got really small fat cells now. You've still got fat cells. You may have also had, let's say when you were very fat, you may have grown additional fat cells. So you had many more fat cells. See, some people can actually produce more fat cells. Some people can't. And some people have very few fat cells. So somebody who's basically, let's say, Asian, who's got Southeast Asian or whatever, has less fat cells, what happens is, though, that person can actually get vitamin D levels up much higher, quicker. Now, somebody who's basically got some fat cell, certain level of fat cells, we're talking about lean people here, certain like European, African, Central Asian type level of fat cell production, which is, those people generally will have more fat cells, so they can absorb, they will take more, the fat cells will absorb more of the vitamin D. So it will means that you may need a bit longer time. Now, if you're one of those people that had a lot of fat, you produced a lot of fat cells when you were getting fat, and then you went on keto, carnivore, you shrunk, those fat cells shrunk much smaller than some of the other people, but still they're there, all those fat cells. They can still take up vitamin D. So that person may take even longer. There are so many variables. That's just with lean people with a different fat cell amount and size. And then basically somebody that's much more fatter can actually you may give them 100,000 IUs and still it may take months to get their levels up because the fat cells are just absorbing most of it. There's so much variability. I always say to people, check. So I've got this kit. The kits have arrived. My kits, I've had them for some time. I just need to do a video. But this doesn't show very accuracy. It just tells you whether you're in a deficient, in an insufficient, or you're between 30 and 100. Wonderful. That tells me absolutely nothing. But the darker the color should indicate it's much higher towards the 100 rather than the 30. But still, they could have made it a bit more accurate than this. I found another more accurate one, but I'll try this and I'll see whether I get the other one in that regard. So I can't do the experiment that I promised because I thought that this was going to be more accurate. Not. It's only a band between a band, and that doesn't tell me anything. I can't test it against properly. So that's a bit of a anticlimax, unfortunately. So yes, to absolutely know would be to test. So what would I do? I would test now at baseline. Then I would start taking 10K IU every single day for 3 months. Then I would go back and test myself, see where I'm at. That would tell me at what rate I'm moving in that direction. Now, 60 is fine for most people healthy. If you want to get to the therapeutic level where all the genes in your body that vitamin D influences, which are over 1200, then you need to get the therapeutic levels. It's what I got, remember Lukey, he had to get to those levels to feel better, to fix up his hypothyroidism, his Hashimoto's. So if you've got any sort of problem in terms of autoimmunity, you really have to get to the therapeutic. You really have to get to the level of 80 nanograms per milliliter or 200 millimoles per liter for those who using the other system, the non-American system, and in Australia, the UK, a few other countries. And yeah, so basically if you get to that level, then you're at a therapeutic level, which is 2.5 times. So 80 times 2.5, so 200. And 60 times 2.5 is 150. I usually say to people, aim for 150 millimoles per liter or 60 nanograms per milliliter. So either one, fine in that regard. But if you want to get the therapeutic levels, you need to get to 80. That's when these genes can be turned off and turned on that are part of the autoimmune process as well. So very important to get to that therapeutic level and stay at that therapeutic level for a number of months. And that's what, our dear friend Luke Gear has been doing for some time. So we need to re-regulate the immune system at that level. Is it a good thing for everyone to get to that level and do it a certain period of time? Maybe. Is it necessary? Maybe not for everyone. Unless if you're feeling pretty good, probably not. If there are still things, you're on a carnivore diet, there's still things, maybe there's some autoimmunity, let's sort it out. Let's go up to those levels. Get the taurine level up as well. Do the fasting, the 3-day fasting to tear down your old immune system, rebuild a new immune system, and give it those high levels of vitamin D to basically start fixing and sorting things out and rebalancing things. So, yes, work with the body, not against the body, is the old thing. Most keto researchers and doctors have said that the constant insulin spikes stress, lack of sleep, and lead to insulin resistance, hypoglycemia, but no mention of Randall cycle. Because I've got no idea about the Randall cycle, that's why. And they're completely wrong on most of those things as well. Spiking insulin does not cause insulin resistance or anything like that. Insulin resistance is caused by inflammation, and that is by engaging the Randall cycle. Lack of sleep can actually increase insulin, can also increase inflammation, because melatonin is an important, too much stress, high cortisol levels can actually break down tissue, can cause a lot of inflammation. So excess stuff, so very important. So these things can cause issues, but it's more complicated than just these reductionist things, the way they explain it. So, and I've explained it so many times. Yes. Harry, you have a teddy like Bart. Maybe you would be named Dundee. I don't have a teddy. There's only one Ted. How dare you, DJ Projectors? How dare you want to usurp Ted, Field Marshal Ted's, Lord Edward Ted's position? God, competition. Can you imagine? He'd go feral. If there was competition on this side. Maybe that's a good idea. Get a Dundee version. Oh, yes. Have you go up there at basically the Kiwis. Kiwi Ted versus Dundee Ted. You gotta laugh. Okay, here's my nickname. It's in Cyrillic. Anyika. Okay. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong as well. Anyway, a good try. First Bush came to an agreement during Cold War. NATO keep. Yep. Yeah. The problem is he should have got the agreement on paper. Gentlemen's agreements. The British used to do gentlemen's agreements, and they used to stick to them because they didn't want to lose face. But the Americans don't do gentlemen's agreements. Unless you lock the Americans into a very tight agreement, don't bother agreeing anything with the Americans, because they literally disregard any treaty that they've signed in many cases and have no respect. This is why they lose credibility. They need, the old statesmen like Eisenhower, Roosevelt, Truman, all these people, they were true statesmen. Even Kennedy's and all that, they understood that to keep the Allies on side, you needed to basically work with your allies and treat them with respect. After the Cold War, when they actually won the Cold War, the Americans just became hyper arrogant. The deep state within America, they thought they could do anything. They could dominate the world. They could do anything. They could push anyone around, tell them what to do. Nobody could tell them what to do. that is the first sign of a loss of empire. It's what happened to, with the gladiatorial games and all that. We're the greatest, the Roman Empire, and then, that's what usually happens. You end up with too many enemies. When you create too many opponents and enemies, adversaries, they erode you. This is what happened to the Roman Empire. Get it eroded, continuously being attacked. But that's because you create enemies. So you basically don't do the right thing. And a lot of the American people have realized that their politicians are wankers, and basically they've created more conflict and problems, and using a lot of their taxpayer money to basically undermine many countries around the world where there's no real benefit for the Americans, just for the military industrial complex that just wants one war after another, and the bankers that want to make more money off everyone. So yes, I think the more and more Americans are waking up to that fact. So yes, hopefully some better Americans will end up in power, and we'll have a better American leadership in the future, because we need it. We need a strong America that can provide a beacon to the rest of the world. We want a democratic world. We want basically a freer world. We don't want authoritarian states, controlling the world. We don't want basically, can you imagine if Nazi Germany and militaristic Japan controlled everything? The rest of us would be like slaves. No rights, no nothing. Allies to such authoritarian states is not a good idea. You don't win anything. You actually end up with even less freedom than what we have today. We just need to make our democracies better. They've been hijacked by a bunch of thugs and a bunch of criminals that are allied to the bankers and are ignoring the population. We need to kick them out. We've got the ballot. We need to basically kick them. We need to start talking amongst ourselves and say, we need to get rid of these assholes once and for all. I'm voting none of the major parties this year, and I'm telling everybody in Australia, do not vote for these. Let's kick them out. Let's have a revolution, a political revolution. Let's kick the bastards out. It's about time. Let's get rid of them. There are plenty of independents and others. Had enough of the bastards. They need to freaking go get their asses kicked. It's the only way we're going to get some humility from the bastards. I did 3 days of dry fast this week. Almost easy to do. Huge mood elevation in a calm way. Coffee crave gone. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, exactly. That is the coffee craving. I noticed that as well. When I did a dry fast 3.5 days, I had the same. Even now, I don't crave coffee like I used to before. It's strange. I really craved it before. After the 3-day dry fast, a lot of my cravings declined. It's strange, but it does, and you're hydrating yourself with animal fat. So it's low deuterium. It's really good for the body. It's the best way to fast in a sense. So yeah, it was, I had the same experience. I'm glad you tried it. I don't believe that you should do it for a very long time either, because you still need the cofactors. 3 days, 3.5 days is okay, because your B vitamin cycling, you take B vitamins just before you start the fast, so you get enough B vitamins stored and ready, and they last for more or less 3 days as cofactors, and you don't need as much. So you can probably last up to 4 days, but don't push it beyond that, because you'd still need those things as cofactors. And so very important, because the body needs to use them, because there's still enzymatic processes that require them. So yeah, great. Good one, Angela. Most people, when I say, Bart did it for a couple, but Bart did it, he basically didn't hydrate before, didn't do a number of things, and he was doing a lot of cheats, remember? So he was already dehydrated from the cheats, from the carbohydrates, and then he went into it. He should have basically gone into in a low carbohydrate state, in a ketotic state, and then done a dry fast, because you're already oxidizing. It would have taken him 3 days to get out, disengage the Randall cycle, and get into ketosis, because of the cheats that he had done before. And that's why he got himself into trouble, if you remember. So he learned his lesson. Never go in to a fast without being in a low carbohydrate state and properly hydrated with fat, then go into it. Then you're not going to have any of those symptoms. Because I was worried a bit, and then I said, I think did it wrong in this regard. And so, yeah. And then I sort of went along that way, and it's sort of, yeah, I surprised myself, let's put it that way. Yes, you need to sell weapons. There's no other way. Yes, the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower was right. How much glucose? It's corrupted the system in America, unfortunately. How much glucose the body uses for total energy without exogenous sugar? 10, 20% of total energy. It can vary. Depends on your ketone production. It can vary in that regard. So, red blood cell production. So, how much does it need? If you've got red blood cells that in a ketotic state that actually last a bit longer, you probably don't need as much, and then it can vary. So it will cycle up and down. It's not a fixed percentage in that regard, and it will vary between people as well. So if you're more muscular, bigger glycogen store requirements. So it can vary. So I can't give you a definitive number because your body composition and a whole lot of other factors are at play. There's no fixed number. But the body knows what it's doing. It will, demand driven, it'll produce how much it needs at any specific point. Actually, when I was being placed in Cuba, that was huge for us. Yeah, exactly. Well, the funny thing is they were already there. The missiles were already there. The short-range missiles, the long-range, the intermediate-range missiles were coming with boats, but the short-range missiles were already there. They didn't see them because they were covered. So basically, had the Americans invaded, they would have launched those missiles against the American troops. It would have been an absolute bloodbath. Would have been, very bad. Luckily, they pulled back. And again, let's not forget, it was the Americans that actually created the problem in the first place when they actually placed nuclear weapons, missiles, intermediate range missiles and short range missiles on the border between the Soviet Union and Turkey. And basically, so they wouldn't lose face, the Americans, they basically withdrew them later on. That was part of the agreement. It was a private agreement. Well, you take your stuff out, we'll guarantee we won't invade Cuba, and we'll take our stuff out, which really started the conflict in the first place. So, yes. Again, the arrogance of we're the most powerful nation on the planet. Yes. Countries that have their own national sovereignty are labelled as authoritarian. There's a bit of truth in that as well, while those who submit and provide safe haven for the elites and their corporates are labelled democratic. That there's a bit of truth in that as well, So let's not forget that there have been countries in certain parts of Europe that have been labelled like that, which are just democracies, but they just basically don't, they don't basically are not told what they want. It's a bit like, Bulgaria, for instance, that they disagree with the US and go, no, we're not going to do on the North Macedonian issue or other things, like on the Jabba thing and stuff like that with Europe and all that. But they're still a democracy. They still have elections and all that, but they are considered that they're not as democratic. Why? Because they basically are not servile to these elites. Yeah, there's a bit of truth in that. I wouldn't disagree with you. The Ukraine becoming a NATO member is not really going to happen through. Nah, I don't think so. I think it's unlikely. And if they were to push their luck, the Ukrainians, they'd be, the Russian bear would just move in, So they're asking for trouble. Let's put it that way. And even the Americans have turned around recently and said, we're not going to go to war because other European nations saying, what the hell's going to happen? They said, we're not going to go to war over the Ukraine. So the Ukraine basically played their bluff. They lost. And I think the smartest thing they could do is try to come to some arrangements with the Russians That would be the smartest thing, and stop trying to play brinkmanship and hoping that the West is going to basically save them, because they're not going to. The West is not going to put their own interests ahead of just one country that's not even part of NATO. So I think they need to wise up before it's too late for them. This is, again, arrogant politicians. And the current one is some comedian who's basically another arrogant person that thinks, just because he's a comedian, it's gone to his head. I'm now the president. El presidente, I will tell them what to do, this sort of thing. Unfortunately, he could get completely, the bear could basically flatten him. Yes. With T-90 tanks. So, yeah, I think crazy times. Some people never learn until it's too late. They pretty much are. They pretty much are. Oh, well, they actually, they really rigged the whole system in the first day, right after when the Soviet Union started. They basically told, here, everybody could have, a share in the company. And then they told them, you can sell the shares here. And basically they were sold on the cheap because people had no idea about shares. So basically they just sold them to a whole lot of rich people that got cheap money from the government to buy all these shares, and that's how they became rich. What? These oligarchs basically had all the money to buy all these shares? No, they were given the money by their friends in government, and then they were able to buy up all those shares off the people because there was no real stock market. People didn't understand there was, these assets were still not earning any income because they were in such a bad state. But these people just took up the assets, reorganized those businesses, and actually made them profitable, obviously. But also they acquired all this wealth, massive wealth. But let's not forget, historically, the majority of the elites, how did they actually acquire their wealth? They were robber barons. You go back in history, all these families basically went on crusades or went on this or, got on horseback and literally went and stole from a whole lot of others and acquired all that wealth and then just passed it on to their kids and made sure that their kids kept it within the feudal family, and made sure that the others worked for them. So, might has been ruling for a very long time. And these people were part of the previous establishment, and they became the apparatchiks of the old system, and then they became the new oligarchs of the new system. So it's the same people. If you look at them, most of them were members of the Communist Party. Now they're new age capitalists. It's a joke, isn't it? And if you go back in history, you find how many feudal lords, people in the elites will always, if you take a look at the entire Communist Party of Russia, it was full of ex-royalists. They knocked off, but most of the other ones got in and moved it right up to the top. They knew how to work the system. Even the intelligence force, yes, the Cheka, basically became part of Stalin's intelligence force. Same people. They just basically had a new master. Pretty much. Yes. As I said, the only time we had direct democracy was just in ancient Greece for a small amount of time. And prior to that, direct control over our lives was back in our tribal times. For the majority of our history since the pharaohs, we've been pretty much controlled and told what to do and pushed around and used and abused and everything else. That's the reality. That's why I don't believe, I'm a direct democracy guy. I want to basically take back power from these bastards and put them back in their place. Humans may not be perfect, like even in a tribal group. I suspect when they sat around the tribal council, they fucked up on occasions in their decisions. But you know what? They lived by their decisions and died by their decisions. In the end of the day, why are these politicians doing any better? Many of them just come from us. Many of them have got even lower IQ. They usually tend to be some of the dumbest people you can come up, arrogant, dumb people. I noticed many when I was president of the Greek community. I had to chaperone some of these twits, and they were dumb. because I had conversations with him. I said, you're running this government and you don't even understand these things? God, you think they're that bright? They've got a whole bureaucracy behind them that actually works out all the hazards things and all that. It's like the State Department tells them. You think it's the State Department, which is part of the deep state, that tells them which war to go to. These politicians are fucking, you just have to look at Biden, I mean, we're not talking about, great intellects here. It's just basically kiss asses. If you have been part of the political, the people that like you shower them, you provide them food and drinks and stuff like that, and their entourage are just ass kisses. It's just ridiculous. You see it and you go, I could never do that sort of job. How disgraceful to basically, but that's what they're on there, and that's, when you've got people literally kissing your ass like that, it goes to your head. You think you're special, even though you're a dumb idiot, just because you got lucky. You're in the right place at the right time, right alliances, right friendships. I met quite a few of them and I wasn't impressed at all. Yes. Yes, none of us really know how things are going to play out. But if we basically sit back and allow the elites to basically set the agenda, it's not going to be very good for the majority of us. Yes. We need the Green New Deal just to increase inflation even more. Yes, we need stagflation. Let's get rid of all coal, gas and oil completely. Let's just go back to, blackouts. That's the way we have to live, with blackouts. Get used to it. Carbon neutral blackouts. What's wrong with you? Yes. I wouldn't go that far. Mass murderer, no, he's not. He's probably been, when he was an intelligence officer, he probably knocked off a few people, and he's probably knocked off a few people in Russia. But mass murderer, but that was within the legal framework. He didn't do the dirty work himself. Probably only when he was an intelligence officer, he probably killed. Mass murderer is when you've killed billions. Now, Pol Pot, Stalin, Hitler, those sort of people, they were mass murderers. Yeah, let's get it within perspective. Yes, that he's authoritarian. Yes, that he's not the best person for his people. Unlikely. I know a number of Russians, they're my friends, and they don't think much of him. That's why they're in Australia. Many of the things, we are being governed by idiots. Yes, very much so, unfortunately. Yes, I've actually met some of them. I was close to these I knew the premier at the time, deputy, and all sorts of things. And actually the deputy was sorting out some issues for me, which was going to be trying to set myself up. So I was part of that system as well. Let's be honest. I tried to exploit it as well, like everybody does. How can I use it to get more advantage? So, and then when I got locked out of the system, I really felt depressed, really. I did so much for these people, and now they basically knifed me in the back. So that's how I felt. But in the end, it's probably the best thing they ever did for me. I realized how much you can succumb to evil thinking and behavior when you're part of that. So I'm glad I never became part of it truly. Yes, very much. I could. You said something about emulsifiers in meat. No, emulsifiers in other stuff. I was talking about taurine causing emulsification for the bile. Your gallbladder, the bile salts, they need to be emulsified. You need taurine. You still need emulsification, which is what bile salts are, to deal with the fats coming in, to absorb them properly and all that. So But emulsifiers are a different thing. That's, they can actually be quite dangerous. Those sort of chemical stuff that they put in a lot of things, processed foods, that can actually really cause damage to your gut lining. So not a good thing, those. So it's, if you read and you see some chemicals that are emulsifiers, do not buy. You shouldn't really be, as a carnivore, buying any of this. No, I don't want to be president. No, definitely not. I want a direct democracy, and if the people want to, appoint, and I think it should be random. You do 3-month stint as prime minister or president or whatever, and it just rotates between the citizenry, or you may have an election and say, yep, we'll elect that person for 3 months, just to have the administrative role responsibilities for that period of time, because you still need some. Even in ancient Greece, they had something similar to a prime minister every 3 months that used to get elected. So, and they elected their generals, people that had competency in generalship and stuff like that. So there's part of that, but there's also, the power is still in the people's hands. So, which is important. Because, believe me, Neff, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I felt it by being part of that, how easy it is to corrupt yourself. Very easy, That's why from the pharaohs and all that, they actually, if you go back to the pharaohs and many of the leaders, they thought they were gods on earth. So if you're in there for too long, you start thinking you're special. Nobody else can get here. I got here. I must be special. Very easy to delude yourself that you're special, smarter, better than us, more worthy to be up there than all the other sheep. But if you sit down with any of the sheep and actually have a normal conversation with any human, they're not sheep. Because of the reptilian brain, we all have the potential to become sheep and be tricked, scared, or whatever, to run in one direction. We hear a bomb explosion, we run. That's the reptilian brain. They exploit that through the media and propaganda. They use our own biology against us. That's what's really happening. We use the word sheep, but we need to be careful, because when you have a reasonable conversation with most humans, they will basically go, yeah, that doesn't sound right. We have a saying in Australia, it doesn't pass the pub test. Something just doesn't sound, there's something wrong with this notion. And it's exactly the thing. I think most people, this is why Athenian democracy worked, because most people could see the bullshit. And that's why the actual aristocrats had to bring this special class of orators. So orators are basically the same thing as the TV, TV, mass media and all that. That's to brainwash people. So they had these people go around saying things to encourage certain ideas, to make them, if you say something long enough, people start believing it. And this is what they did. So if you create direct democracy, you would have to ban orators, and you would have to also ban the media. You'd say you can only have, you can't basically, you can tell us about incidents, but you can't tell us about policies or anything. You can just tell us there's a volcano here or this happened or whatever. You can't talk at all politics. That's only for the citizenry amongst themselves to talk. You'd have to ban that. Now, people would say, well, isn't that banning free speech? No, because that is manipulated free speech. It's not free speech. It's basically people trying to put ideas, using a medium to brainwash people. That's how the orators in the end were able to convince the Athenians to go to war with Sparta, which was a devastating war, which was profiteering the big aristocrats. And they were able to trick the people with these orators. And then that was a disaster for them. So you have to learn from history and prevent these things from happening again. So, and that's the way, because aristocrats or elites, wealthy people always try to manipulate the system to their advantage. So you've got to limit their capacity to do that. I don't need somebody to tell me on, a program, a reporter who's controlled by his media boss to tell me what to believe and think. I'll do that myself. Thank you very much. In a direct democracy. I just want you to tell me what the weather's going to be like tomorrow, whether we're having, there's a volcano happening or this or that or whatever. And the rest, I'll work that out for myself, So that's, what are our problems? What do we need to fix in our locality or at our national level? So, yes, it'd be a very different system. I hope Russia gets true democracy one day. Well, the current democracy isn't even the one that we've got isn't a true democracy. So, but I do understand it's a halfway house. It's better than what they've got. That's true. Yes, they are a very rich country and all that, and they could do better. Oh, Stefan, I rant a bit about different things in that regard. Yes. And as Bjorn said, the globalist agenda and the Great Reset from our dear friend Klaus, so those sort of people, well, they're also affecting the nutritional side of things as well. So it sometimes is not possible not to talk about these people. Yes, because they want to reset us all. They want to jab us, kibble us, and reset us into basically and place us in the meta earth or meta space or meta matrix for us to do their bidding as they sit around toying with us and playing with us as playthings. Yes, while we get depressed in the meta world. Yeah, exactly. Child trafficking, drugs, export of energy, all this sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly. These bastards are dodgy as dog shit. So, exactly. But let's not make the mistake of going to the far right or the far left. That's not the solution. We need to basically create the far middle, the true democratic middle, that the majority of us reasonable people that want to basically control our lives. That's because they always use, remember, when the elites fear, they either give us the left wing, the far left wing, or the far right wing, a little dangle here, grab this little kiddies, grab this, be a rebel against the system, and then we'll control you after. Yeah, that's always what happens. That's what with all the resets. But when we get rid of the elites and we say, we don't need you, we can run our own affairs, that's when they'll be crying, because that's when the game's up, truly up. Then they'll try to create a new orator class. You wait and you'll see it. And we'll have to ban that because we'll have no other option but to do that. No, never has been. Well, at one point they nearly went for direct democracy, but it was considered the plebs were not smart enough and they couldn't be controlled. That was the whole view behind it. Yes. Anyway, my electricity bill went from 200 to 900 euros a month. Fuck. You're kidding me, because of the bad deals these pedos are making, and I have used less power this year than last year. Fuck. That is God almighty. That's like 4.5-fold. 450%. Shit. That's highway robbery. You've been truly fisted. You know what I mean? Fuck me. That high. Gold. I didn't realize it was that bad. I'm lucky in Tasmania. We're on most of our power comes from hydro power, and it's so it doesn't really change. Luckily. Also a good thing. So we're pretty lucky in Tasmania. So we haven't had these massive, like has happened in other parts of the world. But yeah, that's God. You can't afford. You can't afford to. And you, you know, you guys are in Scandinavia, bloody hell. So it's, and winters. I mean, now it's obviously right at the heart of winter. Bloody hell. That's bad. God, I didn't realize it was that high. I thought it doubled or something like that. That's just like 4.5-fold. Shit. How do people afford it? Especially people that are poorer. I mean, what do they do? Freeze to death? Shit. That's bad. So basically, most poor people now just turn off all the lights, everything, go into one room and have one little heater just to keep from preventing themselves from freezing to death. Is that the future of European lifestyle for the poor and the middle class? Maybe they get an extra bed or a few extra rooms that they can heat up. Friggin' hell, that is bad. I didn't realize it was that bad. Shit. Yeah, basically. I mean, he's the same bastard that basically told the Greeks to stop their coal-fired power stations, to turn them off and to go green. And Greece now is actually, luckily they actually locked in some cheap energy last year. They were just very lucky. Doesn't mean it's going to be the case in the future. And, they need to basically start up those coal-fired power stations in Ptolemaidae in the north, in Greek Macedonia, to the northwest of of Thessalonica. They need to fire up those coal-fired power stations to the hilt and start providing electricity back to the Greek people before they freeze to death next winter. It's ridiculous, these assholes. And you know what they do? They literally 10 billion euros a year goes to finance the green shit in Greece. It's more than basically their surplus. Can you imagine their surplus is only a couple of billion? If they were to take that 10 billion and put it into the oil and gas, in the gas industry, the gas stuff that's in the down below Crete and all that, and got those gas fields running, they could pay off their debt. They would create so much wealth. There's about well over $500 billion. And in another place, they believe it could be up to 3 trillion, which is $3.5 trillion for the whole lot. I mean, their debt is only half, is basically 400 odd billion. They could pay it off and actually rebuild the whole country multiple times and do all sorts of things with so much gas. It's friggin' criminal. Absolute criminal. Absolutely bloody criminal, what's happening in Europe at the moment. And this is a conservative government. I mean, the left there is even worse. This is a conservative government saying we don't need gas. Oh, politics in Greece are completely so green. Somebody needs to really go over there and kick these politicians all out. Freaking hell, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. They're sitting on a mountain of wealth in terms of natural gas. They could pay off all their debts. They could fix up their economy. They could fix up their health system, their education system, their environment, their any roads and any other infrastructure they need. Friggin' bizarre. Oh, Alex, Bjorn, our gas is going to Germany. We have to stop using gas. Alex goes, look, exactly. Because basically it's all, it's all basically contracts. And nobody's actually, thought about the future. What about the East Med? That's been housed, everybody says, oh, we don't need the East Med to provide gas through from Israel, Cyprus, Egypt, and Greece into Europe. No, let's just basically keep energy prices up, and let's just put more windmills in Greece, more solar panels and more windmills, and let's put a electrical connection so we can put more solar in Egypt and in Greece and places like that, and let's just send, expensive energy to Europe. Friggin' crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, that piece of shit is definitely behind part of this, and many others like him. So Gates is another one. Yeah, there's plenty of them. They're all interconnected, these arseholes, and BlackRock, that's Canadian. Vanguard, killing the small companies. Yeah, exactly. All these arseholes. Part of all the actual, even the guy behind Trump, Mercer, he's basically a big tech financier, high frequency trading. He's the one that bought the buildings around the actual exchange that goes directly into Wall Street, so he can actually do these quick transactions with his computers that are connected to Wall Street, so he can actually outbeat others and siphon off money as a parasite. That's the guy that actually financed Trump. Say no more. As I said, none of these people are going to save us. Believe me, none of these people are going to save us. We have to save ourselves from these bastards, because they just basically, they give us one option, another option. It's just a different face of the other side of the same coin. Don't fall for it. Only direct democracy, getting rid of these bastards completely, is going to change things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. These sort of things should be, the government should basically have energy and stuff like that. These are basic human rights, housing, energy, stuff like that. I don't basically believe in overly regulating them, but I don't also believe in this sort of market speculation with derivatives. They should eliminate all derivatives from the energy market. So because that's speculation. Because they're actually putting bets whether the price is going up or down or stuff like that. It just should be basically long-term contracts with specific pricing, and all that sort of stuff that takes place. Everybody gets their cut, everybody gets there, but the people don't get screwed on the energy side. And also we need to invest in oil and gas. Due to their new green bullshit, investment in oil and gas has been so low that basically now there's not enough energy around. It's just crazy. And that's where the speculators then make even more money off that. No, well, Russia actually, Russia is actually providing some of the energy relief in that regard. Whether you like or hate Putin, I don't like him personally. I don't think he's the best leader for their country, but that's my personal opinion. But at the end of the day, Jean, is that basically the green energy bullshit is basically what is destroying the West. We're basically killing ourselves with expensive energy. When you make your energy expensive, you make your economy uncompetitive. We are basically we're impoverishing ourselves. Western Europe, Northern Europe, Southern Europe, the Americas are basically impoverishing themselves with this green bullshit. So the bankers, because they've basically indebted the whole system so much, now they want to actually find something new. You know what the new thing is? Selling carbon credits. It's all the green products, the Green New Deal and all that. They want to take even more money out of the system. It's not enough that they've taken everything. They want to take even more money out of the system. And that's with the green credits and stuff like that. That's what it's part of. So, then it'll be some other bullshit scheme that they'll come up with. The oceans are going to evaporate. We need to save the oceans. Give us all your money so we can actually create all these other Ponzi schemes to save the oceans. They'll come up with some other bullshit. They always do. So they just need the Ponzi scheme to keep going. One crisis after another. Stop people thinking. Just keep them all. We need to fix this. Oh, we need to fix that. Crisis management. So yeah, and the rest of us say, we must, the woke out there, the middle classes that have been brainwashed, they go, we must do this, otherwise the world will end. So if you brainwash them enough with the TV and keep on telling them the same message over and over. Like the orators used to sit around and tell the same story, same bullshit, same propaganda. And eventually people started believing it. When you hear something so many times, you say, it must be right, it must be true, even though it's lies. It's how it works. That's how propaganda works. It's very successful. It's been done by many people. Private banks that control central banks. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Get unlimited bailouts and unlimited credits, and they got junk bonds and junk mortgages, mortgage-backed securities, all that sort of stuff. Well, that was all taken up by the Fed. Yeah, their own. They don't give a shit as long as they basically have more money coming in, free money to basically speculate and play around even more and extract even more out of the economy as a parasite. When the banking sector becomes too big, debt drives the banking system. You need to create more debt in order to create income from the debt. So it becomes a vicious cycle of Ponzi scheme debt to keep the whole thing going. That's when you get really parasitic capitalism. When banking sector becomes bigger than 10% of GDP, 20% starts becoming parasitic. When it goes to, now it's over 40%, it's basically on steroids. So, yeah. Gold, silver, ready guys, hard finance. Yeah, exactly. Gold can go very high because if a currency needs to be revalued with gold, potentially could go up to, 50, 60,000. So I got my gold rings over there, and a couple of other gold things. So yes, I know what you mean. Yes. So yeah, say no more. Cryptocurrency is a Ponzi scheme, as far as I'm concerned. I think it's going to all fall apart. At the end of the day, there's nothing tangible that it's tied to. Gold, silver are tangible. You can actually use them as for industrial purposes, or you can use them all that. Crypto is just basically another Ponzi scheme. It's another derivative. It's like the derivative markets. They've grown massively into trillions and trillions of dollars. They look big, and you go, oh, look at all the wealth that I've got. That's what all these people hold, these big, massive derivatives. But it's not real. It's just basically big sort of numbers in a system that can crash. The moment everything crashes, assets and all that, and people are running for the door, everything starts collapsing. You know what? Gold and silver don't. They go up because they're rare. And the reality is they're not something that tangible. They're not intangible. Anything that's intangible, like currency, like Bitcoin or anything, they're intangible. They can go to shit. Anything that's tangible is different. That holds value because it can be used. Silver is another one that may even go higher than gold because it can be used as an industrial. So commodities go up. So commodities when things go to shit, commodities become king. So economies like Australia can become very wealthy because they're a commodities-based economy. As long as they're properly run by the government, they basically take certain measures. Unfortunately, with our current leaders, that's unlikely to happen. But yes, that's a different story. So yes, take a look at Russia as well. They'll survive the next crash. They've got shitloads of gold reserves and shitloads of commodities and all that. So in a world where everybody needs food and raw materials, those who have got the food and the raw materials, they set the price. Remember after the Second World War, when there was a big collapse and most of the world was devastated and very poor, which were the wealthiest countries in the world? Argentina, commodity producer, Australia, those ones. They were booming. They used to say as rich as Argentinian. Everybody was migrating to Argentina from Southern Europe, especially Italy, and even some from Germany. So, yes, remember, when things go to shit, you go back to an economy where, tangible stuff that you can trade, that becomes valuable again. far more valuable than all these esoteric stuff, imaginary things that we create. Oh, you know me, mate. I'll if I'm on a tangent, yes. Polymouth Harry's about to start on one day as a humble streamer. Could see Bartk as a starting a Kiwi 5-star movement. That channel is of his LOL. Yes. I think, look, me and Bart have a lot of similar views on a lot of things. We don't agree on everything, but we have a lot of similar views on a lot of things. We both believe in freedom. We both believe in, in things in a very similar way. He's a libertarian. I'm a libertarian on the social part, but on the financial part, I'm a regulator. So that's where we have a bit of a difference. So we have a few differences here and there. So, but we agree on most things, so I think I've nearly brought him around because now he's talking about the sort of, I used to be an anarcho-syndicalist as a youngster. I sort of don't really subscribe to that. He's sort of shifted a bit in that direction. Sort of, let's just get rid of this system in that regard. I'm sort of in the same notion, but I would like a more orderly change where I could convince the majority of the population to vote for direct democracy through a referendum, a plebiscite, by getting like-minded people into government in order to get us out of government. So we get in to establish direct democracy. That's a sort of movement I would like to create and convince the population. And I think that would be a more peaceful transition without too much bloodshed. I'd like to make things better, because sometimes when you actually go for the bloodshed, sometimes you can end up with a dictator at the end of the bloodshed, so we've seen that happen before. So we need to be very careful in that regard. But I understand how he feels, because I feel just as angry about all the shit that we're being put through and what's happening. So, yes, in that regard. Yes, they are. It's a lot of countries. I mean, I find some great research in a number of other countries, Iran in particular, when it comes to the hormonal stuff, especially female hormones and stuff like that. You'll be surprised some of the really good research out of Iran. So if you want that sort of research, check that sort of stuff out. That's fine. In the short term, there may be a benefit in that regard, but I still have my doubts. I prefer tangible things in the long run. I'll stick to gold and silver. The dentists Illuminati put a stop to the regrowing of your own teeth research. I like your humour, Bjorn. I like your humour. You never know. Crazier things. The truth sometimes is crazier than fiction, as they say. So, yes, you never know. Yes. AG, hi, Harry. What are everyone's thoughts on the arguments that ancestral diets in all animal aids in health up to and slightly beyond reproductive age, therefore eating meat equals non? It's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. And the reason why it's bullshit is because we've got Inuit and Maasai that are over 100 that are centenarians. And yes, so you got to, if it was basically that case, why are they? And remember, insulin to glucagon, hormonal system, the insulin to glucagon, if you're on a low-fat diet, is 4-1. On a carnivore diet or a low-carb diet is 1.3 to 0 to 1. And in a fasted state, 0.8 to 1. So 0.8 insulin, 1 glucagon in a fasted. So basically, if you're 1.3 in a low carb, zero carb, low sort of carb state, like whether it's a with a couple of vegetables, like green vegetables and some like a keto type, or it's a carnivore type, your insulin to glucagon is low, 1.3. So basically, you're only putting out enough insulin secretion and IGF-1 secretion for muscle protein synthesis. You're not even actually elevating very high mTOR either, because they go in stock, all these anabolic pathways. So there's no issue in terms of longevity. It's only when you engage the Randall cycle and you push up growth factors. When if you go to McDonald's and have a whole lot of shit and crap like fructose and sugar drinks and chips and and burgers and all that, they're fried and all this and crap, a whole lot of sugar and a whole lot of that, you can actually increase the insulin to glucagon up to 70 to 1. That means glucagon in the toilet and insulin sky high. And with insulin, so does IGF-1 go together. They go in lockstep. Remember, 3.5 billion years ago, or even more, IGF-1 and insulin were the same. They were like that. There was no IGF-1 or insulin. They were both the same thing. Their signaling or that separation happened due to complex life. But they go in lockstep. So when insulin goes up, so does IGF-1. So how can somebody eating an animal-based diet, think logically, with an insulin to glucagon of 1.3, so the insulin isn't that high, so IGF-1 isn't that high, mTOR isn't going to be that high, overexpressed, these anabolic pathways. So how the hell do you actually undermine longevity under those circumstances, which is even lower than the vegan, which is 4 to 1? Eating just a vegan diet or eating basically a potato diet, a pure starch diet like McDougall, which has lost his marbles, that is a 4 to 1. So insulin is 4 to 1. That means it's even higher. Eating a potato diet is even higher, a pure starch, than eating a pure meat diet. So how the hell can you actually say logically? You have to be deranged in the mind. Only a vegan could come up with that shit. Only a vegan could come up. Where do they get all this nonsense from? Associational data, AG, from associational epidemiology shit, where they've got people on a mixed diet where they've got some meat and they go, oh, this person's eating more meat, which means that they're eating more McDonald's. Oh, and they've got worse outcomes, or they haven't even done like the whole life of the person hasn't even been measured. They're just extrapolating. They're speculating. They basically say that if you eat this, the value, your likely outcome is going to be poor. So they manipulate the numbers. They just make things up. They make shit up. It's adjusted data, remember? It's made up shit. So it's nonsense. It does not happen. It only happens in the imagination of crackpots, like in the nutritional field. They have to explain how somebody being on a low-fat diet that they claim is the best is at a 4 to 1 insulin to glucagon. And so the insulin and IGF-1 and mTOR are higher than an all-meat diet. How the hell can that then be worse when their own all-sugar diet is actually worse than the all-meat diet in terms of insulin to glucagon, IGF-1, and mTOR? Huh? Does it make logical sense? No. Exactly. There is no logic. This is the reductionism. Oh, we saw an association. Oh, it must be this. Why isn't it the sugar or the high fructose corn syrup or something else? Why is it always the meat? Oh, we're biased against the meat. That's why it's always going to be the meat. And then, we don't know. Oh, maybe these people get a health improvement initially. They go with a carnivore diet initially. There's only been multiple generations of Inuit, Maasai, and all these other people eating shitloads of meat. We ignore them, but these Western carnivores, they've only been doing it for a couple of years. Maybe it's okay now, but later on, they'll be dying early. And then they ignore all these other population studies which are happening in Africa, because that's inconvenient. Oh, the damn Maasai, they've got these centenarians amongst themselves. Shit, we can't tell the population that. They'll wonder, what other bullshit have we been telling them? Yes, so it is bullshit. You have to be brain dead not to realize when you actually look at that, because Mary actually came across a centenarian amongst the Maasai. Remember that lady that she talked about? She photographed her and everything. And she could actually jump up and down. Many people in my age bracket in their mid-50s would struggle to jump up and down and have that vigorous and mental clarity, let alone at over 100. Or an 80-year-old that can outrun her up a hillside. When people really understand the truth, they'll go, oh, we've been really lied to. Oh, yes. Oh, you've just realized. Oh, wonderful. God, you've just had an epiphany, have you? Guys, I think you've heard enough from me multiple times to have had your epiphany by now. So that's just bullshit. Ignore it. It's just crap. Different day. But anyway, sometimes I have to entertain you guys a bit for the time that I'm keeping you here. Yes. Oh, God. I need a bank and a printing machine. There's enough fools out there to take any credit that I give them. And then go and buy gold and run for an island and wait for the carnage to hit. Oh, God. Yes. Les, the only longevity hack seems to be logical. Yes, that's true. Time restricted feeding, and you can do it on a low carbohydrate diet. As long as you're not pushing the growth pathways continuously, yes, there is a lot of benefit in that regard. Yes. Sure.
Want to know the best way to protect?
Neff just put this up. Let me share it.
Potentially make a big income online? It's by making lots of small incomes online.
Hey everyone, I just thought I'd do a quick video on installing a Chinese diesel heater in a workshop. Just kind of give you an idea of how to install it, what's the best place to install it, which wall to install it on, how much fuel they use, what kind of performance you can expect. Usually comes with a 10-liter tank, and what I did is I just bought I think it's a 20-liter volt, sort of like this adapter plug. Black thing is there. The space I've got here is not
Add myself back. Yeah. I think we need to have some options. It was Alex actually. Alex. Thanks, Alex. So, yeah, so it's important that we have options for things like that, because politicians aren't going to do much for us, believe me. That bunch of rat bags in the current paradigm situation. Yes. They'll find something else. Don't worry, Barbados. They always do. Yeah, exactly. 80% until they're full. They actually have a tradition. They call it something. I forget the name. All the Japanese have it. It's an 80% until you're full. You're not supposed to overeat. So these people, it's very hard to engage the Randall cycle. They fast. They time restricted feeding, and they also eat less, like 80% until they're full. Never too much. And so yeah, in that regard, they don't engage the Randall cycle, and they don't push up growth factors to the same level continuously. So that's part of it. Yeah, the secret. It's not just the food, even though they eat a lot of pork and stuff like that, and some vegetables with the pork. You know, that's where they get their nutrients. The nutrient density comes from the pork foods that they eat. And then the other ones add some additional nutrients, small amounts. You don't get much from plants, plus a bit of bulk and stuff like that. But in the end of the day, and most of it isn't even very high. You know, we're talking about the tubers that they use there are those purple ones, which have got much less starch. They're more fibrous. So yeah, they tend to be, I wouldn't say low carb, but they tend to be basically much lower than the rest of the world currently on a mixed macro. Plus, by not engaging the Randall cycle, by being 80% full, there's a lot of those sort of stuff. We know even from time restricted, like you know, the experiments where they've done with carbohydrates, and they've done like you know, with restricted feeding of carbohydrates, and it actually does also in any food. You restrict the food of any food, you see an increase in longevity in chimps, in dogs, in cats, in rats, you know, in mice, I mean. So we see the same thing. So what wouldn't it happen in a mammal like us? Same thing. So yeah, that's probably part of the secret. Now we've got cheap basically energy in the refined garbage that oils and refined oil, sugars that we have access to. Yeah, now we're definitely engaging the Randall cycle on a daily basis, and also providing our body with very poor nutrients, both in terms of protein and micronutrients. So yeah, we're doing everything wrong, and we wonder why we get so damn sick. But optimal is more of a species appropriate diet. We know from the N15 data, all that. Bruce Lee, good to see you, mate. And the N15 data does not lie. Another time, I've got a video on that, so you'll have to wait. So I'm not going to talk about it because that'll interrupt my video. All silver tongues, suits, and cartoons that rule my world. Yes, yes, yes. But look, I wouldn't say. Look, the gold standard isn't a panacea. You know, a lot of people argue, oh, you need the gold standard and all that. As long as you can produce credit and take from the future, you're always going to have speculators. Even when the gold standard existed, people had speculators. Never, ever does anyone follow the rules, ever. So people always going to basically, one way or another. How far behind am I? Shit. God, I'm really behind, aren't I? Anyway, so be it. Shit. Keep on going. Anyway, what's your opinion on priming? That's my opinion on priming without saying any more. You sometimes have to force the physiology in a certain direction. It's like basically when you want to go on a keto diet, or when you want to go in ketosis, you take a long fast and you break the insulin resistance. You literally decimate the insulin resistance and you move on in that regard. So what about 20 of all currency in circulation was created in the last? Yeah, exactly. There has been shitloads of money that's been created in the last sort of period in that regard. So, yes, but how could I put it? Actually, I just remembered something. Gary, ask Bart. Ask Bart, he's actually looked in it to more than me. So next time you get a chance, just ask Bart. He does all the, the global warming and all the sort of different things in the atmosphere and stuff like that. Just ask him in that regard. I mean, I've done a bit of a cursory thing, and I do want to make a little video in regards to it. I do also want to do it on the polar reversal, the stuff like that I've talked about and stuff like that. But ask him next time you get a chance. He's on his live stream. Just ask him, because he's actually, I think, looked into it more than I have. So I'm in the early stages. He's looked into it more. So just give him an ask next time you see him, because he does more of that. Remember, he does the, he's got the other channels that he does a lot of that sort of stuff. So yeah. Anyway, it has been quite a bit. Yeah, it's yes. I'm not trying to, and Gary, I'm not trying to basically handball you over to Bart, sort of. But I won't be making the video on that for very later in the year, because I've got all these other videos that I have to do in nutrition and all that I've promised. So I've just, probably later in the year, I want to do archaeological stuff and some environmental stuff and stuff like that. But I'm not going to do it at this stage. So yeah, better to ask someone that's actually doing stuff currently. If Bart does it, actually, it saves me having to do it, because we work synergistically. So if he's covered it, and sometimes I've done some stuff for him. So, just tell him, Harry's done a few things for you for the 5G and a couple of other things that he came on and did for you. So probably don't tell him, it may upset him. What's he saying? What are you telling people to do? Come and ask me to do more work. Anyway, yeah, it has been. I mean, they've been on there. Quantitative easement, money printing machine like mad. Absolutely. Rather than rebalancing, sort of and forcing the banks to basically reveal where all the money went so it can be taxed properly from countries like Greece and all that. No, we want to just basically print more money. That's how we solve the problem. Yes, it is the new healthy level, especially when you want to reverse conditions that require that therapeutic level where you can control genes at that level. Below that level, you can't control all the genes. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Subject to all Harry's info, thin women here. I raised vitamin D levels from 13 in 6 weeks. There you go. You've just made my point. Thank you, Angela. And she's actually measured it. So there you go. I don't even have to prove it. There's an N of 1 making my point. Yeah, that's why it's I usually have to ask people, because they usually and I go, okay, now, and you were on 10,000 IUs as well. There you go. It took you basically 6 weeks. So basically, somebody like Bjorn, who's basically also on the lean side, it'll probably take him about 5 weeks to get to that level, and then he can drop back to 5,000 IUs to get to that therapeutic level in that regard. And as long as he's at 5,000 IUs, going right through, or 6, occasionally having, a couple of days in the week where he takes 10,000, like 2 days, he can keep it up at that level above 80 and get the therapeutic effect. Yes, exactly. If you don't have a lot of fat storage, and you've leaned out, remember, you did a high protein thing and leaned out a bit. So you should be able to get up there pretty fast as well. And you're younger. So no excuse. Pull your finger out, Bjorn. Young man. Couple of teeth take it out. It's quite a bit of pain. Yeah. Look, it's that is true, John. It can be a bit of a problem. Yeah. I probably should look into that Georgian research. Probably should find out. Maybe, yes. Because if I can find out, I could actually basically then start sending some of that information to some of the low carb doctors and researchers in that area. Maybe get them to hook up with these people. Yeah, I should look into it, because they're going to ignore me. But if somebody comes with credentials from another Western country or another country, they're likely to basically be prepared to do a collaboration, and they could probably bring it back to other countries. Like some other stuff came back. So if that could, a lot of people in dentistry, that have got dental issues and all that have had a lot of kibblized losses, of tooths and stuff like that. It'd probably a good thing, to get some of that stuff back. I think so. It would be good. What are you implying, Neff? I mean, Ted in a dark alley. He's probably rip your head off. Shut down your shit down your down your neck. If you look at him wrong, oh, definitely. As I told you, Robert, Bartsy's little plaything. Bart's the little plaything of Ted. Ted runs the roost in that place. Your live stream is a highlight of my week. Your knowledge is exceptional. In my 57 years on this planet, I've never met a wiser person. Oh, thank you. That's a really big compliment. Thanks, Steph. Yeah, appreciate it. That regard. I'll try not to it go to my head. Yes, Harry, you the Tasmanian devil named Dundee versus Ted fight. Hey, my little devil would rip him triple arseholes. We're talking about Tassie devil here, mate. We're talking about a Tassie devil, that tough as nails. Yes. Oops. Yes. Yeah, look, really good to reset. 3-day reset, really good for the immune system. It really clears out the old immune system really well. And then you take a lot of taurine, and you keep your vitamin D levels up. I usually shoot my vitamin D levels up to 50,000 IUs for a whole week. And basically I take minoquinone 4 in high doses, about 15 milligrams. And then on top of that, the other thing that I do is basically I'll go up to 6 grams of taurine. I really want my thymus to be tip top and firing on all 4 cylinders, on all 6 or 8 cylinders. Let's put it 8 cylinders, V8, So I want it to be firing on all, and that's the immune system that I want. And then, it's going to sort out a lot of things in the body, autoimmunity and all sorts of things. So really good to have a properly regulated immune system, because the immune system can become senescent. Remember, can become senescent. Is essential. Post-genetic adaptation can trade long-term health for short-term reproductive success. Most genetic adaptation being, well, that's a theory. It's not even a theory. It's a hypothesis. Never been proven. I think it's a load of bullshit in many regards, because otherwise a whole lot of centenarians and a whole lot of other populations that used to have centenarians and don't anymore because of the poor diet. And I think a lot of that is BS, because there's no evidence. Just because somebody makes a statement, that's my opinion of it. And if you can actually provide long-term evidence for that, which doesn't exist. I'll tell you from now because I've looked into it. It's an unproven hypothesis. Oh, they do that, but it's irrelevant. They just don't have, they may put that argument against, but they don't have any evidence. And remember, most people that died out in the wild, in the bush, eaten by an animal or whatever, they're not even counted. And most of the people that were actually counted were the children that died in early age from, and their bones were buried close to where the tribe lived. That's why we have disproportionate bones of young children to older people, which doesn't make sense because a lot of other people died out and they were left there. They died, they were killed by another animal, they fell down a cliffside or whatever, and they were never retrieved. Came back, they did their ceremonies and all that. The children were basically put either in trees in those parts of the world or put down underground and all that, and their bones were found in a localized area, all contained. And that's why from that we've extrapolated about high infant mortality and low average life expectancy. That's just nonsense. If you can't see that, just from what I've explained, how nonsensical it is, that's why all this stuff is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. If basically that held ground, that hypothesis held ground, why does our taurine synthesis, our basically, and our CD38 and our NAD plus levels remain high into old age if you're on an ancestral diet and living in an ancestral environment? Only in the Western world where we've damaged our mitochondria does this change, but not in those societies. They're all vigorous right to the end. It's nonsense. Remember the old lady jumping up and down? I look at that, not these theories they come up with, which are bullshit. That's just to basically justify their bullshit. As I said, you need longitudinal studies, lock-in studies to do that. We've never done them. So basically it's just bullshit. So when they actually do a long-term study where they lock people up from birth to death, and they've actually basically put them on a whole lot of different diets to see exactly ancestral diets and non-ancestral, and then they can tell me that theory is being proven experimentally. Until that happens, it's only a hypothesis that these crackpots have come up with, nothing else. And it deserves the contempt which I give it. Regarding China, why are these Chinese billionaires mysteriously disappearing from Earth? I bet CCP has taken to the secret camps and killed them somehow, and they have done many times before. Maybe. Do not know. A lot of them are actually party members. So they may have been told to basically tone it down and become low-key because the populace doesn't want to basically see these people flaunting their wealth. So that could be another thing in themselves, told to basically move out of the spotlight. Another possibility. We don't know, basically. In a society like that, we have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if some were knocked off, potentially, but all of them, unlikely. Yes, much more. Unfortunately, coincident with personal loss, so hard to know the benefits. But it's good to know how the good levels. Yep. I think, look at Lukey. He got his levels up to 80, and he really feels tip-top. He can't put it down to something. He looked at his blood work and goes, oh, should I be concerned? Then I went through the blood works. I said, no, you're a hypochondriac. This is fine. And that's normal. That's supposed to happen. And I explained it to him, and he goes, okay, I'm worrying for no reason. I said, exactly. So, yeah. And he's never felt this good. He says, I'm building up really a lot of muscle. I'm really strong. I feel great. And then I looked at my blood works and I go, and then you became a hypochondriac and you responded in a hypochondriac way. I said, you're fine. Why do you need to test yourself? Did our ancestors do that? No, they felt their own body. The only thing I told him to test is basically a couple of things, and those things he sort of misconstrued it. But now he understands, and he says, "Oh yeah, okay, not an issue." He goes, "I said exactly." Yes, he had it removed. Yes. It's not according to the doctors, it wasn't a necessary or part of his body. Yes. Rather than actually getting on an all meat diet and fixing it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Taurine helps the entire enteric system, the entire gut right through. It regulates it, it modulates it, it improves even the gut profile, and in terms of the gut microbiome, it helps a lot. Not enough bile at stomach acid caused my problems. I am getting stronger every week. Exactly. Because it fixes up the bile, fixes up the liver, the gallbladder, the stomach, the small intestine, and that basically keeps under control the nasties of the bacterial world, and it literally regulates things properly. So, but it takes time. That's as Alex, we've been playing around with different taurine levels, and a few other things, and it took him a bit of time, but eventually he got there. But you have to be patient. It takes time, and it's the reality. I sound like a broken record, but it takes time. You did quite a bit of damage. It takes time to reverse that damage. It doesn't happen very quickly. Anyway, I've been mixed results regarding quitting caffeine. Yep. Yes. Excellent. I started touring a few weeks ago. I think it is helping too. It will help a lot. Heaps. And if you're not on low blood, if you're not on blood pressure tablets, I would go even higher to 6 grams per day. 2 in the morning when you break your fast, 2 in the midday, 2 in the early evening, which will also help you sleep as well, because it increases GABA, it increases melatonin. It actually really helps you calm down. So it'll help you with your stress levels as well. Anyway, let's move on. And I'll send you a link. We'll talk. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Very important, Angela. That's what I noticed myself. I used to have like 4, 5 coffees a day. Now, 1, maybe 2. I don't have the cravings anymore, which is good. So I noticed that as well. I mean, today I just had 1 coffee. Yesterday I had 2. The day before I had 3. So it can vary. I need some fluids. So hot in here at the moment. I've got the fan running over there on full blast because it's so bloody hot in here. It's a warm day and it's just kept the temperature. I should have actually pulled my blinds, curtains and all that much earlier, and I didn't. And what's actually happened is a lot of through the windows, I've got big, large windows, which are great getting heat in the winter. But now in the summer, can really cook in here, and I've got the fan going like mad. Anyway, give me a sec. I'm going to grab another drink. So. Oops. Sit properly. Hi, Harry. Spoke to a Romanian chap, and he said that the Donbass area in Ukraine is full of Russians who settled after World War II. So it's Ukrainian land, but full of Russians. Complicated. Nah, I disagree with that. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. The region was basically part of Tsarist Russia in the past. It was part of Tsarist Russia, all that part. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If you don't believe me, go back and look at the old Ukrainian. I'll basically bring up one of the old. Let's just do this. I always like people when they basically say things and they can't back anything up. I always do. Let me see if I can find the old. This is the Ukraine at its height. Let me just share this. As you can see, that is the original Ukraine at its height. It actually covered. It used to be called the Lithuanian. After it was a union between Ukraine, it was controlled by Lithuania. This was a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was all this part. As you can see, this was part of Russia. That also, which now is part of Russia, Belarus, all that sort of stuff. So these things have actually changed quite a bit, multiple times. Most of these populations for a very long time. All this region here, even the Turks controlled it at one point. And then the Russians took it over with their war against the Turks, the Ottoman Turks. That's about nearly 200 years ago or whatever. And in the past, there's Greek populations all through here. Still to this day, there's Greeks going right back from antiquity, still in those areas. Actually, the first people that colonized this whole area were Greeks. So even before Russians or anyone existed. So you could say the only livable ethnic indigenous population of that region were Greeks, in a sense, if anybody's going to say anything. So, when we look at the sort of history, Crimea annexed, this was back, that's now. So let's try and get a historical thing. Okay, so that is 1904. So this is outer Russia. There's a Crimea. So that's Poland. This is sort of Little Russia. That part there, that's the outer Russia and all that. This is under Tsar. So we're talking about very little in terms of this part. There's Poland. There's the sort of the entity, much smaller. That's 1904, as you saw. This is what they call Ukrainian region before unification. Well, that only happened under the Soviet system, the so-called unification. So, and Crimea has always been dominant by Russian speakers. So way back, because all this area was actually, let's not forget Kiev, which is the capital. The actual Russian first capital wasn't Moscow, it was Kiev. That's when the first, basically, because they were basically, let me explain a bit. I'll turn that off so you can actually see me properly. Actually, the Kiev, which is the capital of the Ukraine today, is where the original Rus, and the Rus were Vikings, and they took over the peasants or the kingdom. Their king had died, and basically they took over. They became the new leaders of the Rus, the Russians. That's where they came. It's a Viking sort of family name that they adopted. Then they moved. Let's go back to here before I actually throw that away. And then the Russians actually moved into this area here, which is this southern Russia. Here's the Crimea, where I'm doing the cursor key and all that. They came into this area. And then they attacked the Byzantium Empire, Constantinople from here, from Crimea. They attacked a number of times, but they failed. They were repelled. And then they made an agreement with the Emperor of Constantinople. And the first Orthodox churches, Russian Orthodox churches, were built in Crimea. The first Orthodox church in Crimea was called Hagia Sophia. Like in Constantinople, the big church there, Saint Sophia. They had a Saint Sophia basically in Crimea as well. So tell your mate he fucking doesn't know history, needs to go and get himself educated. Maybe his family was basically a collaborator with the Nazis and basically has resentment towards the Germans because they got their asses kicked. But that's a different issue altogether, So, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. We need to talk honest, not make up shit. This territory was all part of Mother Russia and the original Rusk. The Ukrainians were further east, close to Poland and all that. And that's why they even became part of their Lithuanian Ukraine Commonwealth at one point, which was one of the kings then, So they were never part of that eastern part beyond that river system that goes right down to Odessa. So if you can see, there's a river system that goes all the way up through here, past Kiev and all that. So, yeah. Also connects right back to Nikolodier, or whatever. Always can't pronounce things properly. So, nope, completely and utterly wrong. They did not at all, because the Russians originate in what we call now the Ukraine. The center part and the eastern part is where the Russians actually originate. Not where they are now, but where they actually originate as a people. So absolutely not. Yes, your friend doesn't know what he's talking about. He's talking crap. Yes, the first Russian churches were built in the Crimea. So, yes, first Orthodox churches. I know my history and my faith's history, how it spread through the Balkans and into Russia and all that, and in the Ukraine and all that. So, yes, there are modern people that try to fabricate the reality of what existed and what didn't exist there. And there was a whole lot of families, Greek families, throughout the whole of Odessa and all that, way back. They were a lot of the merchants. They were basically from antiquity, but also they were there because even the Roman Empire at some stage, because there was like even when the Greek world was actually conquered, there was actually still a Greek kingdom in that region that actually collaborated with the Roman Empire for a certain period of time, going even further back. So, yes, a lot of people make up all sorts of nice stories and all that, but I look at the maps and I look at the history and look at who was actually there at certain points. And 1904, yes, I would say that's quite early. Yes. So, in that regard. Now, are the Ukrainians related to the Russians? Yes, they are. They are related in that regard. But they're not what we call the Rus. The Rus basically had one leadership, and the other Slavs, which are related. So they are originally both related, but one took a Rus leadership, a Viking type leadership, and became the Russians, and the other one still remained Ukrainian in that southeast part between Poland and Lithuania up here, and they were down here in this part. And on the other side, the Russians were sitting, So, no. At some point, that Commonwealth increased and enlarged as you saw. But just because they had sort of control over a certain region over some time, I mean, even the Byzantine Empire controlled North Africa and all that, but a lot of those populations were not Greek. They were Hellenized. They spoke Greek and all that. They were part of that empire. But generally speaking, there was only small populations of Greeks. There's even in Egypt still Greeks there from antiquity, from Alexander's army. So the Greeks that are in Alexandria now, I mean, occasionally the Greek prime minister went last time he went to Egypt, he visited them. He went to to one of the Greek communities there and all that. A lot of them basically when the nationalists came into power in Egypt back in the 60s and all that, a lot of them were forced out. They had been there since the times of we're talking about since Alexander's times, all these Macedonian Greeks that were living in Egypt. And then a lot of them actually either went back to Greece. A number of them live in Athens because when they actually came back on boats, they went to Athens and lived in Athens. And some of them went to America. After they got to Athens, that's where a lot of people migrating to America and Australia and elsewhere. I've met a few of them. And because I actually thought that they were born in Greece, and they said, no, I was born in Egypt. But I went back to Greece, and Greece was, things were not very economically very good. So I decided to get on the first boat and head for Australia. So, so basically in that regard. So I know these regions, I know the populations, I know what's happened in these sort of parts. So the rest is politics, a lot of things. I just wish these people went at each other's throats for the different elites that basically are trying to remodel the world the way they want. But that's a different story altogether. With Mary Ruddock, you said that you will move to a warmer place after your retirement. I'm in that situation now, looking for the best place. What's your favorite? Warm, barefoot, all year, politically okay? At the moment, I haven't really made my mind up, Steph, anymore. At one point, I had certain views, but the way the world's actually since, the current so-called pandemic, the world is a much stranger place now, and countries and parts of the world that I thought were really safe and stable are no longer. So, if I'm actually looking at, I would actually be looking at even at some point, I even looked at some of the tropical islands in the Pacific, but even they've become very unstable in recent times. So, yeah, it's not like what it used to be. Let me put it that way. Ask me in a couple of years' time, at the moment, I think we need to get past this year. Ask me in a year's time. I'll probably have an idea at that stage how the world is really unfolding. I've got some views. I've talked about the world going to shit back in 2006. I actually said that 2025, the world will go to shit completely. That means they won't be able to hold the money printing, all this other bullshit that they've been doing, the Ponzi scheme. It will collapse at 2025. And I said that way back then. My brother Sean knows it, and many others that know me. Now, I hope I'm completely wrong. I really hope I'm completely wrong. But the more the years move closer to 2025, the more I'm starting to think that I'm right. And I'm really disappointed that I was right, in a sense. I wished I was actually wrong, honestly. I really wish I was actually wrong. I really wish that, my own arrogance got ahead of me, and I thought that I was so right. But the more we're getting closer to that, the more I sort of fear that the way, especially with this recent situation that has really put on steroids, money printing and stuff like that, things are really becoming potentially long-term, and all this green bullshit that's actually made energy very expensive. You've got all these perfect storms, expensive energy, shitloads of printed money, shitloads of private debt, shitloads of government debt. It's like a powder cake. I never thought it could get this bad. So am I worried? Fuck yes, I am worried. I'm really worried about the future. So yeah, I definitely am. Yes. Yeah, it's a hard one, mate. It's a hard one. Yeah, look, most countries at the moment are not. I can't think of one country that's actually stable enough or safe enough anymore to advise people where to go. So there are far too much, countries' animosities at each other's throats. Too much in, where you may look at one country and go, okay, this country is not as woke. Its economy hasn't got a lot of debt. The things that I would be looking at is a country that doesn't have a lot of debt, has some income sources beyond tourism, because that's important. Because if the tourism goes to shit, you could end up with basically a very impoverished population trying to kill the foreigners for their money. So you've got to be very careful in that regard. So, it has to be a society that is basically, if you're going to look at any society, but, you look at the Himalayas, you look at Nepal, you look at countries like that are probably have very little tourism that they're dependent on. They've got a lot of domestic production and domestic consumption. And basically, even if the world went to shit, they'd still be doing their own thing. They would not cease to exist as societies. Yeah, definitely not a tropical place to go. Most tropical places at the moment are very, very problematic. There's probably a few places in the Pacific. If I was going to go anywhere as a European citizen, I'd probably go to one of the French islands, French colonial islands in the Pacific, or somewhere else where at least there's still some, you've got a major power there that can still come to defend you or protect you, so, and you're still basically living standards are reasonable, not very prohibitive, and you're in a very comfortable tropical environment, a warm environment, so to speak. Yeah, that's definitely a hard one. That's definitely a hard one to basically, in that regard. There's too many variables that have been basically upended. So in recent times, so many variables have just been upended. Yeah, it's don't know. It's a difficult one. As I said, ask me in a year's time, towards the end of next year, or this year, towards the end of this year, ask me. And I'll probably have a more definitive answer for you. At this place, at this time, I've still got so many question marks. There's too many variables, too much. I'm hoping in a year's time, certain political structures, certain alliances, certain sort of outcomes will already have been sorted out by then, because there's a lot of push pressure, economic and many others, environment, all the stuff, all the different politics and economics. And that push pressure is going to force certain alliances, certain relationships and certain stuff in the next year or two. And at that point, it's going to become clear where the world's going and which parts of the world are going to become very unstable and which parts of the world are going to become much safer and affordable and warmer and all these other factors. At this point, it's just, we're just coming out of the pandemic. And yes, so there's so many variables that are at play. And yes, it's going to be surprising. They're going to be nations that I never thought about that are going to be probably much higher on my list than what they used to be. Let me put it that way. So ask me in a year's time. Yeah, look, Bart actually found the same thing. He doesn't drink. He used to drink massive amounts of coffee. He was completely and utterly addicted to the stuff. And even now, he doesn't. It doesn't. You'll have it. It's just the flavor. It doesn't pull him. I don't have that urge either anymore. So, yeah, I have no idea that a dry fast could desensitize me to coffee. So, but it did. And you've had the same experience. And Bart has had similar experience as well. So what's the mechanism? No friggin' idea. Absolutely no idea what the mechanism is. But who cares? It does happen. At least we know that 3 people, you, me, and Bart, had the same experience. So, okay, 3 anecdotes. Doesn't prove anything, but, I say to people, try it. You got nothing to lose. It's a hypothesis. We don't know. We've got no research, so if it works, it works. If it doesn't, who knows? Maybe our genetics, I don't know. Got no idea. No, I actually went back to it and then didn't have any coffee for about a week or 2, and then went back to it and sort of on and off. And I just occasionally, when I feel like it, I have a coffee. My biggest problem is my brother Sean. He basically, because they're in the coffee industry and they produce coffees and all that. Whenever I go, we go to Salamanca, I have a coffee. So, we walk through Salamanca, have a coffee, have another one after and all that. And so I may have 2 or 3 coffees on Saturday in that regard. Luckily today, because we only had 1, and then we basically walked, and then I said, look, I'm going to go shopping. So I went shopping and they left because they wanted to go look for a car or whatever. So I don't know. No idea. That would have been too fast down. I'll choke myself. Some of your Russian friends in Australia, do they still want to be there considering what's happening? I think they're happy where they are. Let's put it that way. I think they're happy where they are. So one's married to a Polish bloke and who also came out of Poland. So it was born in Poland. And so they met, they hit it off, and the rest is history. I don't think he went out looking for a Russian lady, but he just met her, and sort of the rest, yeah, as they say. The other one that I know, she's my brother's partner, and so basically she's been here for a number of years. She's an accountant and all that, and so they hit it off. So so I'm not saying I know many, but I know a few of them, and I know one or two acquaintances who basically are Russians that came. These are white Russians that came years ago. Their great grandparents had left Russia at the time of the Russian Revolution. They came here, and so these are third generation or fourth generation Australians. So I mean, you wouldn't even. I just know that they're Russians because they've told me. I wouldn't have had any idea. You know what I mean? So they're old. You could say Tsarist. The old Tsarists who left to white Russians and people like that. Or descendants of those people, to be really. I just really like the taste of yeah, me too. Since the fasting, I can actually quit, come back. I just like the taste of it. Yeah, that's true. I do. I have to be honest. I do. But I don't have that urge anymore to have, I can just go one coffee or have two coffees. I'm not, I have to. Yes. But I'd really, no idea about the mechanism. It's really interesting to find out. Anybody ever comes across any study that about caffeine addiction, but real good stuff, not the sort of the nonsense that's out there. Absolutely, like mechanistic studies. I'd really like to look at it. Yeah, being a politician should be more like jury service rather than a career. Exactly. That's how it used to be in ancient Greece. You're appointed for 3 months, and the jury was the same. It was appointed through an actual random numbering system. They actually developed a random numbering system because they said, if you vote for people on a jury, you're likely to put your friends there to find you innocent or whatever, or get your family to put your friends. You know what I mean? You can corrupt the system, the jury system. So what they did was they created this special device where they dropped people's names through, and it randomly selected people. That's how they randomly, in the end, the Athenian democracy realized that even voting can be corrupted by influence. So it's basically all citizens have equal votes on decisions, but any appointments to any positions will be randomly assigned. Like a jury service is randomly assigned, will be randomly assigned for, as a citizen, you're required to do service, and it really takes away a lot of that corruption where even a father would put the city-state before their own child. There are many cases where fathers actually voted to send their own son into exile because they were against the democracy. That shows where the citizenry really loved their direct democracy, really protected it, even against their own family. They didn't put their family first. The democracy came first. Their society came first because that was their identity. That, they lived why would you vote to protect your son who supports tyranny? They were true believers in democracy. They put the democracy first against tyranny of the autocrats and the elites and the aristocrats of the time. That is a sort of citizenry that we've never had for a very long time. Even the tribal, that goes all the way back to the tribal tradition. Remember, in the tribe, there were tribal laws. If you broke them and you undermined the security of the tribe, they sent you into exile, into the wastelands. That was like death back in those days. But the tribe came first. Everybody had an equal voice, but if you violated the rules or you undermined the democracy of the tribe, you were sent into exile. They didn't kill you. They sent you into exile, banished you, because you were trying to destroy the thing that actually everybody else in common supported. That's a true democracy. And that's how it should work. And those, but nowadays it's career politicians and crap. It's basically, it's not service. It's basically, what can I get out of the system? And that's how it's so easy to corrupt. That's why the system is so corrupt. Watch the Tucker Carlson clip. He was going on about the feminization of men regarding estrogen. More people will see it as a conspiracy, but there does seem to be something to do to it. Yep. I think there are a lot of endocrine disruptors in the food supply, the way we actually, a lot of the foods and a lot of the actual xenoestrogens in the environment. There's research on that. I mean, I remember somebody down here in Australia, I can't remember now, it's a while ago, somebody said that about, the frogs and how they are being feminized, being turned into female frogs because of all the chemicals that go into the waterways. And that person was criticized as if, they said something anti-feminist or whatever. I don't know. It's just some crap that the person was attacked by. But there was actually a study, and I remember actually going to one of the sites that she was credited. This is quite some time ago. I'm trying to remember now. Oh, Alan Jones, that's right. And I actually said, look, even though I disagree with a number of things this person believes in, I don't agree with, he supports his rich mates and all that. So I don't really support him on that. But on the social stuff, he's right. Our society has become degenerate. Our society has all these problems, and these things are happening. And here's a study where actual researchers are saying the waterways are being polluted and they are affecting the frogs and feminizing them. So he wasn't saying anything wrong. The language that he used, may have, let's say, been less than diplomatic, but he was actually right. And xenoestrogens in the environment affect all mammals. So, yeah. What do you think I say to people? You want to methylate away xenoestrogens out of your body? Choline. Choline, eggs, eat more eggs. Makes you more manly and more womanly. So you don't grow moustaches and become less feminine. So, yes. Oh, what examples to look out for? Oh, there's certain chemical numbers. I can't remember them all now. The emulsifiers. If you Google emulsifier numbers, it will actually give you all the numbers, and then you can actually, next time you're actually looking at cured meats, you can go, oh, does this have one of these emulsifiers? If it does, don't touch it. In most cases, the best stuff to use is stuff that says the meat and salt. Simple, uncomplicated. That's why most of my cured meats are Italian. They're all basically meat, pork, or whatever, and salt. Well, that was cool. Yes. So, yes. Oh, that's the propaganda that we've been told. It's never been true. Obviously, taurine helps lower, but also the other thing is soda's basically lowering the insulin. So if you still got high carbohydrates, and you basically still need to lower the insulin to lower blood pressure. In that regard, it's just that, and basically taurine doesn't lower blood pressure. It doesn't increase blood pressure. What it does is it normalizes blood pressure. So if your blood pressure is high, it'll bring it to normal. If it's low, it'll bring it to normal. It actually normalizes it. It's actually a really good regulator of even the blood pressure, because it regulates all the fluids and all the actual electrolytes. It's a regulator. Remember, osmolyte? It's not. When I say it lowers blood pressure, it only lowers blood pressure severely in those who are on blood pressure meds. That's why I say do not take it with blood pressure meds. You have to adjust them as you do. But if you're not on blood pressure meds, you don't have to worry. It's an osmolyte. It'll just regulate all the fluids. to and the electrolytes, and by balancing all that stuff out properly, so there's a right amount of sodium, potassium, magnesium, and all that, and calcium, and all that's regulated properly, and the fluids within the intra and extracellular fluids, then, because it actually, a lot of that taurine is used by the kidneys, and the kidneys actually use it to regulate those, because it recycles. Your kidneys will recycle sodium, potassium, magnesium, even calcium, and uric acid. Most of the ATP is used for recycling. Now, if you've got enough taurine in there as an osmolyte, it will regulate and make sure the kidneys are adjusting appropriately those electrolytes, which basically, if they're not out of whack, your blood pressure will be better regulated to the normal range, not too low, not too high. Plus the carnivore diet, lowering the insulin, brings it even into the lower normal range. Anyway, maybe I needed to clarify that a bit more. Anyway, but I've always said it's an osmolyte that will do, I think I even said it in the last week, it'll bring it up or down depending, yeah. But if you're on blood pressure meds, then it can bring it down dramatically, and that can be a problem. Yeah, hopefully that's been understood. Yes, only an issue, a low blood pressure issue, very low blood pressure issue, if you're on blood pressure meds, because they're already pushing down. So yeah, you got too many things pushing down. Yep, it's really important. It's a great osmolyte. It's the quickest way of regulating everything. It regulates your gut. It regulates your stomach. It regulates, it helps emulsify and improve your bile flow, and your gallbladder function. You name it. It prevents glycation of beta amyloid, so beta amyloid doesn't accumulate and become twisted because of all the sugar glycation. Clears it out. Does all these things so then things can function properly. Proteins can fold properly. Protein folding, which is essential, because when proteins cannot fold properly, they become dangerous, or they can become pathogenic, or they can become problematic in the body. Actually, even for protein folding, taurine helps with that. Improves protein folding. Very important for longevity and for health. G'day, Jen. Yep. You're Dutch. You guys all have strange dreams and a pornographic society. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me it causes these things to you. It doesn't to me. Bloody hell, it should be Dutch. God, you Dutch get all the fun. Damn. Yeah, are you getting highly sexualized dreams? I'm not. Damn, I must need more. I'm missing out. Damn. Oh, metaverse. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not up to all this, stuff. As you can see, I'm not even preparing myself to enter the metaverse. So, I'm still in the old sort of traditional matrix sort of thinking. Yeah, me too. Me too. Very much so. Very much, exactly. Just as monstrous as each other. So far, after the jabber, one guy had minimal stroke, aged 46. Is under 2 weeks after the jabber. One guy got crazy high blood pressure, and another had twitches around his heart. Think I will give it a miss. Thanks. Exactly. Actually, there was another guy, one lady today we actually talked. She lost 2 people, and also one of her friends had basically a sort of a severe myocarditis, and she's actually having really this high heart rate and also like spasm type thing. So she's really in a bad state. And I told her, look, get her on vitamin D, get her on taurine, get her high levels, to sort of help her out. I'm going to do a video on it. I'm just so bloody wary with this current censorship situation. I just have to be very careful how I do it without endangering the channel, so to speak. Yes, it's yeah. Look, like yourself, I've got one that I don't even know whether he's still alive or not. I haven't heard anything yet, but he got very extremely sick, ended up in hospital after the second one. So got really bad side effects. So it was a bit of touch and go, and I don't know whether he's still alive. I've been away for so much from work. I'm just so disconnected with the place. Yes. Burning through my leave. I bet. Put on a jumper. Oh, God. That's ridiculous. Put on a jumper. You guys had some nuclear power stations. Why the hell did you just turn them off? I mean, isn't that green enough for the current government, or is that sort of problematic as well? So it has to be green. It has to be denuclearized as well. You guys could build a couple of extra nuclear power stations and actually get cheaper energy like the French. So what the hell is happening in the UK? Yes, seems like Boris is, woke Boris. Yes, he wants windmills and solar farms. Is that what he wants? Bloody idiot. Yeah, full thermals and granny fur already. yeah, exactly. Put a jumper on. Oh, God. I mean, winters can be quite nasty in parts of the UK. God, and you're in the south, in the southern part, aren't you? You can imagine people are living up in the, Glasgow and places like that. Freaking hell, and their financials are even worse than the south. Bloody crazy. Shit. Well, another 50%. God Almighty. I mean, what was it? Norway, I think. The other one, gone from 200 to 900 euros. What? Or Sweden? I think it was Sweden. Norway, Sweden. Can't remember now. It's way back. I can't remember who actually mentioned it. Yeah. So, yeah, can't remember. Yes, can't remember now. Anyway, someone up that way. Always abundant hydro, but the companies sell all the power to the European market and the people has to pay for it. Okay. So, yes. I thought you guys were a socialist paradise. What happened? Apparently not. And I thought you had a massive sovereign wealth fund with all the oil and gas that you guys have been selling and all that, and all the sovereign wealth fund. There's a big fund, a trillion plus dollars or euros or whatever. How come they're not giving some back relief to the population in terms of, carbon credits or whatever they want to call them? Since after all that wealth that came out of the ground in Norway, it belongs to the Norwegian people. So how come a Norwegian population was only about a bit over 5 million aren't basically, aren't I'm not saying interfere with the actual markets in that regard, but what I'm saying is, why aren't they basically be given special relief from that fund? So it'll basically cover 50% of your energy bills will be covered by the fund. So you only have to pay half of it. The other half, the company gets it from the fund. You could do that. No taxes required. And it's just basically some of that money that's in the fund, the revenue from the overseas investments can go to the Norwegian people to give them some relief. Very easy, nothing complicated. But no, they want to actually put more so the politicians can do more of their pie in the sky projects of, green fairy tales and stuff like that. And green, so they can build more green windmills while basically people freeze to death in Norway. Wonderful. What a government. Yes. I salute the Norwegian government. Great thinking. Yes. Yeah, they lost the plot. Shelley's here. G'day, Shelley. And Lukey as well. Yes, we're still going. You know me. It's 4.5 hours and we're still going. We've got so much to talk about, This seems like a Zoom session where Harry just talks politics and talks all sorts of shit. They've gone from a nutritional channel to something completely different. Yep, that's exactly where it's going. Yes. To the empire, to the center of the empire. Exactly. Yeah. Friggin' hell. You guys are going to be freezing your asses off. Yep, if they were to do something like that, you guys would be toast. Yes. You'll sign anything over to them. Non-aggression friendship pack for the next 100 years. Yes. Rather than basically, saying, look, we'll invest in the oil and gas. We'll support the Greeks getting all the oil and gas out of their part of the world. And will basically means that they'll be able to pay back a lot of their debts and rebalance the South and the North in terms of, income, the balance of payments, and improve the finances of Europe and reduce the dependency on external sources of energy. No, we can't do that. Let's just basically continue doing the green bullshit. Oh, God. Yes, great leaders in Europe. Absolutely great leaders. I'm not surprised that is the case. Yeah. Bloody hell. Yeah. This is why a lot of the doctors and nurses have just stepped out. I met a lady today, had a bit of a chat with her. She's interested in subscribing. She's got hypothyroidism. We had a bit of a chat and stuff like that. And she basically left her job for the same reason. A lot of people basically just being absolutely damaged, destroyed, having their lives destroyed. And I think she's trying to sell her place to basically downsize and put some money in the bank to be able to survive all this lunacy until it's all over. So, yeah, it's not looking good for anyone, unfortunately, at this stage. And as I said, not everybody's going to have these outcomes, but it's like, as I said, like playing Russian roulette. You don't know what your genetics and what your predisposition and what your risk is until it actually happens. So, and they've got alternatives, more safer, traditional. I mean, even the Chinese Sino vax, that is basically a traditional one. Traditional live deactivated. So there aren't other options. South Australian company is actually producing it in India. a traditional one. They can't get the TGA, and they're not going to bother because the TGA is a bunch of wankers that work for big pharmaceutical companies overseas, big multinationals. That's the problem. You know, when you've got a corrupt political system, other options are not provided. So they'll just destroy people's lives. They don't give a shit. Yeah, well, I actually looked at the UK stuff, Bert, and actually you guys have got quite a bit of shale oil capacity. But obviously that's not going to happen in the current green BS situation. And you guys are just going to basically have to freeze your asses and accept it. And don't forget to eat your kibble, Bert. Go away pecking away to add some of that grain. Yes. Yes, there's been a whole lot of incidents, but you know, yes, he just had it. Well, it's not Jabba the Hutt. It's a heart attack. Get it right, Bruce Lee. You know, stop saying the wrong thing. You're not with the program. Yeah, what a load of bullshit. Yeah, look, I've heard and seen, and there are people that have had a lot of, you know, Hello Kitty's told me. I've known people at work and other people. You know, I mean, people have the flu vax, and nobody has these issues. Have you seen anyone in the past? I've known all, you know, every work colleague at work, even myself, had the flu vax. None of us had any problems. You know, now we've got the antigen sin. We probably won't be able to establish long-term herd immunity, but still, because it's a traditional, you know, jab, nobody's got any issues. Why would you take something out of oncology, which is experimental, had a lot of side effects, and actually, you know, mass jab everyone? Is beyond me. There's madness. Friggin' politicians didn't actually do their research or look into it. They just tick and flick and listen to a whole lot of corrupt officials who basically are in the pockets of these big multinationals. Well, that's the reality. Yes. Yes, he's very conspiratorial, isn't he? Oh, definitely not. He was boosted to paradise, has had it. Yeah, quick way out. It's ridiculous. Yeah, me too. I just keep it off. The only stuff that I actually, you know, I actually use my projector, because I use a projector, not a TV, a projector, so blue light. And I just do a projector on the wall, and I just basically, it's the occasional old movie and stuff like that, and my YouTube stuff, which I watch and all that. I haven't sat and watched news or anything like that for ages. Even the weather, I don't bother. I just go to the bomb site, look at the forecast, and that's fine for me. I've just completely switched off TV as well. There's nothing. It's just garbage. The only thing that I actually watch is the old Doctor Who series. It comes up on Channel 22 in Hobart at about 10 o'clock in the evening through the weekdays. That's the only thing I tune into. I've got it actually set to basically automatically switch over from the YouTube thing and bring up Doctor Who. That's the only thing. Yes, okay. I'm strange. Have you just realised that? G'day, Dave. Good to see you, mate. Yes, very late. So we'll catch up later. Still in the kingdom of Boris. Yes. Hiding from his army of jabbers. they haven't got me yet. Good for you. Good for you. Oh, yeah, you guys actually pay fees, don't you? Oh, that's right. Yeah, yours is a paid sort of system, and they run around with sensors to see whether you're illegally watching. How crazy is that? You know, God Almighty, God. Yeah. And then they cancel. Okay, they got rid of the legislation. So yeah, okay. Nah, best thing you ever did. If more humans just gave up on the bloody TV and engaged with their neighbours and other people and all that, and with their world, and started looking at seriously things, all of us would be in a better place. All of us would be in a better place than what we are. Yes. Yep, I still believe in tangible things. June. Yeah, I think that's a really good thing. That could really help a lot of people as an option. Yeah, pretty much we are. Let's hope we don't see the emergence of very dangerous authoritarian forces coming out of that slide, HD. Okay. So there are always options, guys. You just have to look out. That's really good that some people are looking out for them. Yeah, thanks, Alex, for getting into it. Because we need options, because, forget governments are not going to do anything for us. Absolutely nothing for us. They're just a pack of bastards that don't give a shit, so let's be honest. Jonathan, good to see you here in that regard. Always. It's the energy flux. It's the energy mix. So basically sugar and fat, it's all about at the cell level, the receptors. Remember, into the Krebs cycle, you've basically got glycolysis and lipolysis. You overload that into the Krebs cycle, there's a rate limiting. Can only do so much in the turns of producing metabolic water. It can't actually do much. So you have to basically either do one or the other. If you try and do both, you're going to basically overload them, and then it's going to blockade. So that's the Randall cycle. That's insulin resistance. Yes. Peripheral resistance is a different thing. That's when you spare glucose or spare fat when you're actually using one of the other fuels, and only those fuels primarily. That's peripheral resistance, and it has nothing. It's not pathogenic. It's just basically non-engagement of the Randall cycle state. And the crackpots out there have no idea between the difference, don't understand it, because unless you understand the Randall cycle, you can't understand peripheral resistance as a protective mechanism as well, especially in low carbohydrate state. But yes. Ricky, good to see you as well, mate. I'm happy for you. Good. Good to see you, Raymond. You're late. Bart needs to make an animatron of Ted, animation of Ted. Sparing with our enemies. Ted is blessed. Pippi as his agent of chaos. Oh, yeah, that would be funny. Oh, that would be bloody funny. You should mention it to him. Yes, next time you're on his channel, just bloody mention it to him. Let's see what he says. You know, you HD, you may be surprised. He may just take you up on it. Because if I ask him, you know what he's going to say? Well, you know, are you going to help me? And I'm going to go no. And he said, I'm not doing it. But if you ask him as a subscriber, then it's a bit difficult for him to say, you know, then he'll think about it. So you never know. You may get lucky. Evolutionary diet skeptics say ancestral diets were only enough to bring them is, yeah, I know, it's just the same basically shit. Yes, but they need to explain why amongst the Maasai, why amongst the Inuit, why amongst all these tribal, there are centenarians, people living very long lives, and even jumping up and down like that old lady did. So it doesn't really fall within the theory, you know. So exactly, it's just bullshit in that way. And high infant mortality. Yeah, well, they don't give you an explanation for that. I just gave you an explanation earlier that people die falling off as adults when they go to the hunt and all that, where somebody who dies as a child will die around where the tribal group will congregate primarily and will be buried close by. So obviously when they look at remains, they're going to find a disproportionate amount of children to adults. And then if you extrapolate from that in terms of high infant mortality, which may not even be high, you know, in comparison to the general mortality due to environmental hazards and other things. So we're just making up shit with very little data and knowledge of the past. You know, what we need to look is the long bones of people who are very old in those societies. And are they healthy? Yes, they are. And when they go to agriculture, they look like shit. Even archaeologists know the difference between an agriculturalist and a tribal person on an ancestral diet. The fundamental differences in the bone collagen, in the cranial structure, in, you know, iron, sort of these little white spots that show iron deficiencies and other things. I mean, they just ignore all that. They just make up shit. But what's new? No, they're not even saying that. That's just, yeah, they're not saying that. Because then they defeat their own argument. You know, you can't have it both ways. They just basically say, oh, like, yes, okay, they died from disease and stuff like that, that, you know, well, we don't really know what they died of. We know they're dead, but the problem is all those sort of things that potentially could have killed them, unless you actually find a scrape mark. If you're getting an infection and you die from an infection by a scrape mark, well, that's not going to show up because that tissue just degrades. The only bones are left behind. So it's not going to tell you how they died. So, yeah, tells us nothing in that regard. And especially when these children are very healthy. They're in a healthy state. They're not in a malnourished state or whatever. So something environmental, something else killed them, whether it was an animal, whether it's an infection because they got a cut or an injury, they fell, you know. Then we'll see sort of bone fractures and may work out that it was a fall. But, you know, but many other cases we don't know. So we're just making up shit in many cases, speculating, you know. How many times have we done that and found out we were completely wrong when we found other evidence? So, yes, I'll stick to what's evolutionary adapted. All species, all animals adapt to a specific diet. Every animal in nature eats a specific diet, like us. It's only when we created civilization we're able to break away from the natural cycles, because then we could actually produce other things which could store. That was the first time we were able to store other food supply outside of nature's, you know, limitations. That's when we created civilization. That's when we radically changed how our diet was in terms of ancestral. And that's only because we had the brain capacity to do that. And we were forced out of necessity due to an interglacial period when there was less food, that was actually very fatty. So we had to use other sources of energy. We had no option. Here people will say not to mix water that has been boiled with unboiled water, like me cooling down hot tea with cold water. Very unhealthy. Is there any science to this? No idea. Absolutely no idea. The only thing I can say is if you mix the two, potentially if the cold stuff has some pathogen, it could be a problem. But if it's coming out of a standard tap and you're combining it, I think it's an old wives' tale, to be honest. Doesn't sound a problem. So they're both going to have the same level of deuterium. So I don't know. It doesn't just make sense. So I think it's just an old wives' tale, to be honest. Probably goes all the way back before we had purified water, so boiling water and contaminated water. Yes, if you combine them, yes. But that would have been, so that would have probably come back from before we had fluoridation and all these things. So yeah, probably makes sense in that regard. But I can't think of anything else. Yes. It's 10:46 here. Yes. Yes, exactly, Raymond. Yes, we are on the other side of our circular planet. So might drop. I've had a few issues today. And through philosophically on the same side. Maybe we Scandinavians should invade Ukraine and claim it. You're only 5 million. You know, that much bigger population. You got no chance. When's the last time you guys went to war? For a long time ago. So yes, once upon a time, yes, they were far more. So yes. So when you go back in the history, you realize the Slavic types in that regard. The Greeks had colonies in Afghanistan and India as well. Yes, they did. Yes. If you go to India, Afghanistan, or as it was called, Bactria and Sogdiana, let me pronounce it properly. Sorry to the Afghans if I haven't pronounced it properly. Those sort of areas, there was the Bactrian kingdom, and there was also the Indo-Greek kingdom as well of northern India. So all through there, yep, in that regard, through the Punjab and places like that as well. There was a number of smaller kingdoms that emerged now and then. And we know that because Alexander's brought out colonists to colonize those areas, to establish. His whole idea was to Hellenize all those areas and sort of unite them with the Greek world at some point. And the kings there, actually the Bactrian kings, actually went to war with the Chinese over horses of all things, because they wanted the Alexandrian horses, which were very hardy and very good war horses. So they tried to buy them initially and they couldn't, and then they went to war over horses. If you can believe that, crazy things have happened. But all those regions you can actually go through and you'll actually see that they both wrote in both Bactrian and in basically Greek. So you will see all these stones that are they've got all these Greek words and Greek sort of stuff. So that you'll have even stone pillars that have got Greek and then Bactrian. So both languages were used in that regard at the time. So, and in some cases, certain kings prioritized Greek over Bactrian or whatever, and that, or kept them equal depending if they wanted to keep on side the locals. So it was all that sort of stuff. But yes, there is shitloads of archaeological evidence throughout that whole region to show that as well. So yes, we can basically be certain that yes, Alexander did get to all the way to those parts of that part of the world as well. And then apparently got we think he actually, there's a bit of a theory now going that he got malaria in his last battle. And this was the Indus, and then the Hidaspi River, which is the one that he crossed. So took Taxila, and then what was the other one? What was the other leader that he fought? Can't remember now. Yes. Anyway, he outfoxed him and defeated him, and then he actually spared his kingdom as well because he considered him a great fighter. So that was interesting. And then with 30,000 troops. Even though he was 2-1 in that conflict, then he turns up at one battlefield and there's like the Indian kingdoms have all united, and there's about 300,000 Indians, 10-1, and he wanted to take them on. And that's when his soldiers rebelled, his generals, and said, no, we're not, we don't have enough troops. We've already been fighting now for all these years. Our troop numbers have been halved from what we had originally when we started out. There's no way we could take this number. Now, if we had the original troop numbers or slightly more, yes, but not with these, 10-1, 5-1, or, because they'd fought battles where they nearly lost. There was one that was a 5-1 battle where Alexander nearly got killed, just survived. But, 10-1 was just complete lunacy. But he was game. Friggin' hell. But he was one of those brilliant tacticians, He could literally stop his whole force, look at the battlefield, and reorganize all his troops so he could get the advantage. It's a rare thing that somebody has that sort of level of IQ that can reread a whole and reorganize and tactically change everything the way he was going to do it from what he originally planned. That's very rare. Most generals commit themselves to the plan, and that's why they tend to basically, if it's a bad plan, they lose. That's why Alexander never lost a battle for that reason, because he could basically just do that on the fly, just change his strategy. So he had a brilliant mind. But then after all, his teacher was Aristotle, so who taught him basically all these things. So, with a teacher like Aristotle, how could you go wrong in a sense? So I think he had quite a bit of brain up here as well. I think it's not only merely capacity to fight, but you have to have a bit of brain to be able to successfully fight. Yes, but yes, interesting times. Yes. But it was actually, for the Greek world, it was actually important because having contact with the Indian world, a lot of knowledge came back from there as well, herbs and spices as well. There are many things because the Greek world had traditional spices, like oregano and parsley and all that and things like that. But a lot of other things came back, and even some new ideas and stuff like that. In that regard, let's not forget that all the Bactrian kings and all that were Buddhists, and the Buddha was cloaked in Greek attire. If you see all the early statues of the Buddha, and yes, so this human form of Buddha actually emerged within the Greek kingdoms. And so Buddha was actually influenced. And there's actually even one of the earliest statues of Buddha with Alexander next to him on one side, and on the other side's Hercules next to the Buddha. And that's in India, that statue in the northwest. Remember, one of my favorite things is archaeology, so I do know a lot about this stuff. Yeah, they got around, those boys. They definitely got around all over the place. Yeah, I know. Place has gone to. We've literally lost the plot down here, completely and utterly. You know. Yeah. If you had told me Australia would have turned out like this, I would have gone, "You're got to be kidding me." I would have never believed it. I think you'd be lying. I never looked at Australia the same after I went to some Oz pubs and noted the sex segregation. Oh, that used to be in the past, especially in rural areas. Yeah, I know. That was way back. Yeah, it was. As I used to say, the Sheilas were out the back and the men are in the front. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a different world out there in some of the rural areas. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you heard that term as well. You Sheilas are out the back. Bert. He's one of yours. You realise that, Bert? Yes. Just letting you know. YouTube algorithm held your message for review. Haha. Yeah, I know. Yes. Very much so. It's ridiculous. Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous. You're gonna love the damn thing. You know, the thing that actually drives me mad is how it actually, it literally, in Sydney, yes. I live in Hobart. Bjorn. Greater Finland. Oh, God. Greater Finland. You guys have got a lot of imagination. Llama, you're in the granny in the... Oh, God. I was going to say granny lubrication. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, my dear Llama, that you would basically jump into the lubrication debate as well. Yes. Come join your Orthodox brethren in Ethiopia. We will build our maritime power and stretch all of up to Greece through the Red Sea. Hey. Yeah, I hope things get better, HD. I hope things get better in that regard. Yes. Because at the moment, things are very unstable there as well. I mean, I thought that, once all the sort of the Somali stuff sort of died down, I thought things would settle down because there was a lot of investment coming in, and things seem to be on the up in that whole. And then you've got Kenya, you've got and some of the other parts around there, also Rwanda, and all that, and they wanted to make a bit of an economic sort of region and sort of bring in trade through there and stuff like that, and seemed like that area is really growing at the moment, and I thought it was going to stabilize as sort of a bit of prosperity, but it's just sort of since the southern Sudan area and all that sort of seems like it's become a bit unstable again. So one can only hope that things stabilize again. Yes. Oh, Frosty. Is it chill? Frosty in Ohio. Yes. I thought you were having global warming. What's wrong with you? Get outside. It's sunny out there. Oops. Oh, don't do that. I'll come back. Okay. Yes, it is warm. It is warm. Definitely. It varies. Look, there are some places that are much cooler because there is a mountain, sort of a plateau in the center of Ethiopia, so it can be a bit different. So you can have temperature differences between the coast and the lower areas and these higher, and in the northeast, the north central northwest type thing, which is going towards the actual Red Sea. That part there tends to be very arid and very dry and rocky, so it's a bit different. So you have variations. Everybody thinks Ethiopia looks like Eritrea or those sort of areas, which is rocky, dry, and stuff like that, but it's not. Yes, got to be careful just in case they are a bigger population. They may get adventurous and bomb the damn thing. So, yes. Things are never go smoothly in the world. We are expecting a snowstorm. And of course, the news has to hype the shit out of that too. C19 plus snowstorm equals no milk, high priced meat, and no TP every damn time. Yes, exactly. Kibble for you, my dear. Kibble for you. I agree. The entire assessment of the state of the world for the speed of the pandemic is more a distraction designed to keep the current power structure in place during collapse. Yeah, things aren't. Yeah, they're very much on the edge. A lot of things. Yeah. The biggest problem is once you get into a situation where you don't want to basically force those who have made the biggest profits pay for their speculation, then you're in a situation where the only way out is to keep on printing money to buy bonds because nobody else is going to buy them. At the moment, there are trillions and trillions of dollars parked in accounts or in derivatives. I mean, the derivative market has just exploded. Most of the companies, what was the other? This is, I was going to save this. I'll actually share this. Just going to send this information to my brother. So these are the US banks: JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Citibank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Total. So these are their derivative holdings. This is speculative junk, is what I call it. 53.4 trillion, 51, 49. You know, Bank of America's got slightly less exposure. So these are in the trillions. 180. This is their total assets. 184 against 9. You know, let's take a look. Assets to derivative holdings. So if they go shit, remember, like all the derivatives in the subprime and all that, and this is in the general equities and many other things. So let's look at that. 184.262 divided by 9.268. So basically about nearly 20-fold difference, 20 times difference. That's the difference. So the leverage is 20-fold on their assets. So if these things went down by any significant amount, their entire assets, forget it, would be wiped out, and everything else would be wiped out. Their assets are not even enough to bail them, to do anything for them, that regard. JP Morgan's probably the worst in terms of, actually, Citibank's the worst. Sorry. Citibank's the worst, then JP Morgan Chase, then basically some of the others. So you have to look at each one of them, like 53.4 divided by 3.21. So that's about 16.6 for JP Morgan. 51 divided by 0.288, 62. So that's Goldman Sachs. The exposure is 177-fold. The biggest is actually, it's them, the biggest exposure. So it's them first, then Citibank, then JP Morgan, then Bank of America, then Wells Fargo last in terms of their exposure. That's basically the state of affairs at the moment in terms of trillions in derivatives held by the 5 largest banks in the US. Constitute 14.4% of the 1,200 trillion global derivatives market. That's how big the derivatives market is. It's 1,200 trillion. 1,200. That's, even bigger than the US economy. I mean, the US economy, how big is the US economy? 25 trillion? The whole global derivatives market is 1,200. It's massive. This goes, it takes everything, savings and bloody lot. This is how they basically bankrolled the biggest collapse back in 2007-8. They basically bought all their junk back, and then they gave them shitloads to speculate with. And they kept on giving them shitloads to speculate with, and even more shit, until the shit hit the fan. That's what they've been doing. That's why they are trying to keep the Ponzi scheme any way they can going. That's a mountain of shit, speculative shit, backed by fairly nothing other than bets. That's a whole lot of bets. That's a Ponzi scheme. One person betting against the other person, betting against the other person, betting against the other person, that certain things will happen or go this way or that way. All that money could have been invested in real productive to build homes, to build things and whatever. What do? They give these people, these arseholes, tax breaks. They're already not paying hardly any tax. On top of that, they even give them more tax breaks, so they can accumulate even more, concentrate even more wealth in their hands, and then so they can speculate even more, because that's how greedy these people are. Their greed has got no end. They are greedy to the bone. And they don't care, because in the end, when this collapses, they're always there because they control the politicians, the central banks and all that to bail them out. In the past, they didn't have. What do you think they have a central bank? The central bank is there, basically, is their bailout money. In the past, there were no central banks. The US had many years without a central bank in many other countries, and they did much better. Actually, their currency did not, as their productivity went up, their own people became wealthier. Because when you're not debasing your currency and you get productivity, that is real growth and real increase. That means the real benefit that's coming out of technological innovation is coming back to people with higher living standards. Same thing happened in the 50s and 60s and all that. And then they had the oil crisis, and they used the oil crisis to reset the system. And that's when Reaganomics and Thatcherism decimated the union system, got rid of all the protections on the banks, and unleashed what we see. It's happened before. We did it before. Before the Great Depression, we did the same thing. Not to this level, but we did it before in the same way. We just created a mountain of shit, which eventually crashed. We're creating another mountain of shit, which eventually will crash. Yeah. At least we're consistent with history. But each time we've made that sort of level of error, 5 or 10 years later, a war came. That's the downside. You're so cheeky. Oh, yes. It's a crazy, crazy world. As I said, you only live in one part of the house. When you've got not enough, when energy is too expensive, you only live in one. You sleep, eat. The rest of the house can go dark, quiet, and cold. So yes, and depending on how wealthy you are, you have more than one room to keep warm. Yes, very unfortunate. Would creatine supplementation also positively impact blood pressure through the kidneys? Look, there's some anecdotes that it seems to basically, but I don't know whether it's the creatine or whether it's improving energy production, the energy state of muscles and stuff like that does seem to help things along in that sense. So probably indirect rather than direct, where an osmolyte like taurine is a direct effect in regulating blood blood pressure. See what happens to me, llama. I get tongue twisted. Anyway, God, it's at the bloody time. Thank God I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Yes. Yes, see you, Rob. He's probably already gone now for a while. That was an hour ago. I'm so behind. I'm going to race through. Well, they're not looking. They're not looking at the moment. Yes, I'm going to race through. And see, they're not even noticing I'm going through it. I'm just going through it because you guys are just talking amongst yourselves. I'm being ignored. Nobody's asking me any questions. Means I can fly right through, get to the bottom. Yes. I can have my child moment, jumping up and down and say, I got to the bottom, I'm a hero. Bobcats down south in Athens. Boiled, unboiled. The kind of BS, yes, probably. Sounds like it. But it could come from an old wives' tale with, in the old days. Yes. When they did have. Yeah, I always liked Athens. But I actually like the West Coast even more, where I lived in that regard. Yes. Good morning, Jared. Yes, I know. I've been going on for ages. You know me. Nothing's changed. Same. Frosty. Yes. I thought your illustrious leaders there in New York thought it was basically balmy. That means hot in Australian. Bloody balmy, mate. Yes. Nothing like those little souvlaki restaurants. Yes, the Titans of Africa. Yes. Hopefully we don't get that sort of outcome because it's not good for anyone or the region. So, yes. But things a bit on the rough side. I just saw a good YouTube video on what Gaddafi really thought about seed oils and the deceitful promotion of them. Sorry, Gandhi. I really thought, yeah. Yeah, that was the one. That's Bob. Yeah, Bobby's perspective. I actually pinned it in the community thing. Yeah, I actually saw that as well. So it was interesting, you know. So and because somebody told me about it, and I actually looked because I just don't get enough time to really look at. So I quickly looked at it and I go, before this live stream, I go, that was interesting. So I posted it because I thought people should check it out. It's you know, because it's all this bullshit. The vegans always say, "Oh, Gandhi," and all this sort of stuff. Now we can actually say, "Well, it was against veganism," so shut the fuck up. Yes, another one of their myths being slain. Yes, you are so correct on the wealthy high ups always get more back than they give. Always, exactly. They've been screwing us for a very long time. It's only when basically the people that create the wealth, which is the middle class, the average person, when we basically get our fair share, that's when the society is much better. And it's more about taking out the hot money out of the system. So, you know, by redirecting it to actual projects. I don't believe in welfare and all that. I believe in actually the government using it to basically create real work, real jobs, innovations that can actually build up, and one compounding the other of real wealth creation, not this bullshit, dodgy, speculative derivatives as you saw. That's just a mountain of shit. You know, $1,200 trillion of shit. You know, all that could have been used for productive things, to rebuild high-speed rail, you know, all sorts of things, to build a lot of efficiencies to allow people to move out around, goods and services to move much easier, all sorts of innovations, you know, potentially space stations, and, you know, going to the moon, and literally going to the moon and mining it and bringing back helium-3 and creating fusion reactors using helium-3. And all you need to do is helium-3, you can actually compress it. Unlike deuterium, you can compress it. You don't get the radioactive sort of issues, and you're electrostatically, you can actually get the energy electrostatic with nearly a 70% efficiency of one design that I saw. So we don't have much helium-3. It's very little, but the moon is just full of it because of the bombarding of the, you know, from solar radiation. So we could actually take all that and actually have a whole lot of reactors and create so much energy. Remember what I said, the amount of goods and services you can produce in a society, how productive the society is, how wealthy the society is dependent on the energy potentiality of the system. So if you've got that level of energy, bloody hell, you know, you could really make life very easy for the majority of the humanity. But what have we got? We fight over crumbs because others want to speculate and accumulate as much as possible by crowding everyone out using their excess money accumulation through their Ponzi scheme. That's the problem. Yes. And they get bent when we mention direct democracy. Bloody hell, they do. Scares the living daylights out of them, because direct democracy strips them of all their power. They're just another citizen. That's all. And they don't like that, because they like representative democracy, because they can buy their politicians. Yeah, she moved over there. Hey, once a Kiwi, always a bloody Kiwi. Get it right. I know you're a mutton lover. Down deep, you're a mutton lover. He was never even vegan, always including milk, ghee in his diet, exactly, when he ate, of course. But he said passing off oil as butter and ghee was very deceitful and wrong, exactly. Yes. Yeah. The traditional stuff is butter and ghee in that society. You know, it's never been seed oils and stuff like that. They've only been recently introduced. And the last couple of decades, and they've just become more widespread because they're cheap, and all the big food manufacturers, fast food outlets, and all that use it. That's why, in the last decades, as cardiovascular disease has been escalating in India, diabetes, and all these sort of diseases. Yes, engaging heavily the Randall cycle. See, at least with butter and ghee, they are saturated fat. So when you combine them with carbohydrates, what they do is they cause a reverse electron transport through complex 1. And so what you end up doing, you signal to the cell and say, produce, actually cause the cloning of additional mitochondria. So it actually produces more mitochondria. So you get more mitochondrial density inside the cell to deal with that extra energy. So it's even harder. The higher the mitochondrial density, the harder it is to engage the Randall cycle. The lower it is when you actually destroy a lot of your mitochondria with seed oils, it's much easier. At a lower threshold of energy intake, you can actually engage the Randall cycle because you can't use it because you've got so much damaged mitochondria. So it ends up going more of it into storage. That's why we are so damaged and much harder to lose weight and all of that stuff, because we're so damaged, our mitochondria. And we're more susceptible to cancer and all sorts of things because we've got so much damaged mitochondria as well. So we've got a lot of work to do to heal ourselves. I'm still on that path. And I know a lot of you are in my age bracket doing the same thing, trying to heal a lot of damage. You know, and this person, you know, was wise enough to understand that sort of shit diet is shit, and these oils are dodgy as dog shit. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the sort of the confidence. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Yeah. If you had known me 11 years ago, you'd probably make a different comment, but it's been a long journey, Shell. It's been a long journey from those early tears in the hospital, whether I said to myself, I'm not going to allow myself to die. These people basically failed me, and I'm going to find why. And that drive to find a solution for my own is what now is able to help others in that regard. So I've always had a drive, which is good. You know, I never give up. If I get a challenge, I literally rise to the occasion, so to speak, in that regard. So, yeah. So in a sense, my cardiovascular disease is sort of had I never had that sort of incident, and let's say I didn't actually abuse my body as much, and I would have probably just gone through like everyone else into my 70s, probably died in my 70s, and slowly deteriorating without sort of giving it much of a lot of thought. So in a sense, being more abusive to my body meant that I damaged my body more, but also I had to wake up to myself as well quicker. So yes, what do they say? God works in mysterious ways. Yeah, exactly, to bring you back to your senses. So yep, my sort of mission is, this is what the channel's all about, to try and actually make complicated stuff easy and understandable, because there's a lot of nonsense out there. There's so much. One thing that annoys me the most is the nonsense, is the lies and the bullshit, because it harms so many people. It harms their lives. It, harms their families. It does so much damage to people. It really bloody annoys me. But it's also tiring. I have to say, sometimes I get up and I go, oh God, I have to, I'm human as well. I get exhausted. I get tired. I sometimes get down, and with the current situation with my work and, with jabbing nonsense at work and stuff like that, I'm under a lot of stress, so I'm struggling a bit at the moment in that regard. So yeah, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be in this state. I shouldn't be in this situation. But unfortunately, a lot of us are. I'm not the only one. There are many others. I'm not sort of making out that I'm anything special in that regard. But it's friggin' annoying, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, let's move on. Hello, Elizabeth. Harry, which supplements do you recommend taking for muscles? Just eat a steak, my dear. Eat a steak. Eat a steak. Get out in the sun and eat a steak. That's all you really need in that regard. I mean, if you really want to, obviously things like the things that I've always prioritized for my sort of workout type things, L-citrulline, leucine. I don't bother with branched chain amino acid. I just buy leucine and just leucine. And then basically taurine. And in my case, choline, because I need it genetically. You don't need it. But basically, probably those 3 amino acids, if anything. Depends what you're trying to do, Elizabeth. Are you trying to really build up a lot of muscle as a woman for competition or something? Is there a reason for it? If you're not trying to compete or anything like that, just stick to real meat. And if you're relatively young, I know you're young, you've told me, so you don't need even taurine. You can actually biosynthesize it in your body. A couple of years' time, yes, but not now. Unless you've got some gut issues which you want to normalize, you may want to take a bit of supplemental taurine to sort all that out and normalize the gut function, and then go just back to eating normal meat and stuff like that. Bit of dairy if you can tolerate it. So don't need to complicate things. Steak and eggs, perfect for you, and a bit of dairy or seafood. So. But if you're trying to get a bit more tissue development and stuff like that, well, maybe a bit of taurine, additional taurine, and especially leucine supplementation, and L-citrulline, because it helps with, the vasodilation, and it also helps with, improves the performance, muscle performance, and you can actually exercise longer with L-citrulline. So if you take L-citrulline, I'd also consider creatine loading as well, if you're going to be doing that. So I use creatine before I actually do any lifting weights and stuff like that. I'll do a bit of creatine loading as well. So L-citrulline and creatine, and right after that, I'll take a leucine supplement, milk, glass of milk, and then right after that, I'll have a big steak and egg diet. So. So that's the sort of approach I take to it. Oh, were you talking about also the mitochondria and all that? Stearic acid supplementation to encourage more mitochondrial biogenesis. Or saturated fat, I believe. Exactly, same thing. Yes. We're talking about a Ban-Palis as a concentrate in terms of the force. I wouldn't take a very large dose of stearic acid supplementation, because there is a rate limiting effect, how much you can signal through complex 1 in order, so as long as you're taking a bit extra saturated fat, it'll do the trick. You could actually even take like something like coconut or whatever, because that's pretty high. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I pinned it on the community page as well. I can expect it as Carnivore years down the line. It's barely been half a year, and I had quick improvements and all that. So once you get to a certain level of improvement, don't expect exponential things. You're just going to be much better than the average person. You know, you can't continually get better. You just get really well, and yeah, and then life just continues. Lot, you're in the early days, still learning and all that. See ya. Thanks for being here. She's probably already gone, but she'll probably see it later. Yes, that was a while ago. That's oxalate dumping. That's what it is. Yeah. That's oxalate dumping. Tell her to start using lemon juice and apple cider vinegar initially until she can get a supplement of basically citric acid supplement, and get it in pills because many people can't tolerate the powder. And citric acid will basically dissolve a lot of that sort of stuff as it's coming through. Tell her to also increase her dairy consumption because she needs to basically bind some of that oxalate coming out. That's a whole lot of oxalate coming out and can be damaging to the kidneys. So tell her to start taking some citric acid to dissolve it so it doesn't do any damage to the kidneys. Yes. So she must have been, like myself, consuming quite a bit of, let's say, spinach, my dear, spinach, like I did. Yes. Causing myself a horrendous amount of oxalate, storage and then dumping. So, yes, been there, done that. Very painful. Why umbilical stem cells bad for adults and it is driving cancer and all? Is it epigenetic changes in time? That doesn't always happen. Certain people, if they got a certain level of senescence, we do notice this happening. But was it already going to happen, or is it just coincidence? We don't know. Nobody's done the research. Are there differences? Stem cells are stem cells. But it does come from a different person. It doesn't come from the same person. So could there be some sort of differences in sort of the genome that it came from? Yeah, that's a hard one. We haven't really done any. There's no experimental. So mechanistically, I have no idea why there could be a problem and what the drivers could be. And so not all cases actually lead to cancer. So, yeah. But obviously you can't experiment on humans. So we got no idea what happens and that sort of case. So I sort of stick to traditional methods of stem cell production. They are called fasting. They are called exercise. They are called basically, vitamin D for stem cells. Those sort of things, animal foods and all that encourage stem cell production. And if you want to put that on a bit to elevate that level, you can take Cerule, which is a stem cell enhancing product, or equivalent products that do exist out there. That's up to people, and all that. So, yeah. But beyond that, hard to say with this sort of stuff, the interactions, the different people, because remember, some of these case studies are people that basically are already sick or had cancer before, or all sorts of things. So really, is it just remission? They were in remission and came out of it? Because remember, even cancer cells use stem cells to basically to grow. It's the reason why I say do not use stem cell therapy when you've actually got cancer, active cancer. Because even the cancer cell, remember, the cancer cell can use everything: ketones, lactate, sugar. It will use anything and everything once it gets going. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, exactly. It's what I had, So, yep. Yep. Well, when you're actually exercising, you're actually moving oxalate around. You're dislodging it. So, yeah, so probably that's the reason why she's getting more oxalate dumping due to the exercise. Remember, I do a lot of exercise as well. And I do jumping jacks and all sorts of things. So and I do that to basically for my lymphatic system to work much better by moving all the body parts, but that also dislodges and moves a lot of oxalate as well. So yes, that's why she's getting up more oxalate movement. If she was a couch potato and she was doing carnivore diet, she wouldn't have as much oxalate release. So exercise actually enhances the release. So while it's healthy in in another respect, it creates other issues. So yes. So tell her to get onto our citric acid, and in the meantime, lemon juice, and apple cider vinegar or wine vinegar, any vinegar whatsoever, and lemon juice for the time being until she can get a citric acid powder. Some people can't tolerate the powder. They just don't like the sourness or stuff like that. She doesn't like that sort of stuff. Tell her to get the tablets, the actual citric acid tablets, and she takes it as a supplement, which basically means it helps with dealing with the actual issue, and also protecting the kidneys. Very critical. We protect the kidneys. Very critical. So, and take it with extra water, that citric tablet, so it can actually dissolve in the water, and then that water with the citric acid can go through the kidneys and clear out the oxalate crystals. Very important. They are broken down and removed before they do too much damage to the kidneys. Yes, it does hurt the joints very much. That is true. Remember that child that I actually showed, that image had a big oxalate crystal. Horrific. Yes, some of these vegan kids, I just weep. I absolutely weep, Shell, about some of these kids, the damage that some of their parents are doing, and they don't even realize. I don't think they're evil people. I think they've just been brainwashed and misguided, and I think they will be weeping for the damage they've done to their kids as well when they find out and realize this stuff. So, it's a lot of victims, a lot of people are paying for a lot of this bullshit. You're welcome, Lukey. Long conversation. There's a lot of things that I can't actually say, unfortunately. So, yes. But let's say when I get back from leave, they're going to be putting the screws into me big time, to say the least. So, yes. Basically, without Novavax, I don't have a job. I'm out of the job. Yeah, things then go to shit very quickly. So, yeah, not looking good at the moment. Exercise helps, fasting helps, and also saturated fat. You can actually get concentrated saturated fat in terms of certain supplements, or you can get stearic acid supplements, which is something that's in like meat primarily. You get high stearic acid, and that causes biogenesis as well of more through signaling, reactive oxygen species signaling through complex 1 in the mitochondria. Yes, that stuff. I mean, you'll get reverse electron transfer even with palmitate and a few others. So, but the stearic acid is sort of it's probably one of the other things we were talking about earlier. Urinating while exercise is frowned upon here. You got a lot of restrictions in New York. What the hell's happening there? Places going to the dogs, to the absolute dogs. Oh God! Can you imagine? I'm nearly at the bottom. See, when they're not listening, when they all caught in their own conversations, they miss me flowing through. JJ is what I'm looking at, and if try to be forced to mitigate, I'm not worried. They don't work anyway. Yeah, look, I definitely wouldn't do the modern one, the mod, that one. That's got the worst spike load. Then the next one down is the Pfizer. That's got the next biggest spike load. The sort of J&J and AstraZeneca are similar in the way they work, the viral vector and stuff like that, a bit like Sputnik as well, viral vector. Now, while they work the same, that means they also have mRNA stuff, material that goes into the cell. No, J&J is not traditional. It's a viral vector. Yep. Just fly to Europe where it's available for Novavax. Yes. Novavax is the one I'm hoping in 3 days' time we get an announcement. I've got it on good authorities that's going to be the case, and it's going to get me out of a shit situation. So, yes, but that's not a traditional one. That is a viral vector one like AstraZeneca. Same thing. Now, with the AstraZenecas and the viral vector ones, there's a bit of a difference in those, which is really important in that regard. Oh, look, shit happens, it's just the reality of the situation. Now, with the viral vector ones, if you've really got a very strong immune system, like your T lymphocytes, you've done the fasting, so you've rebuilt your immune system with taurine and vitamin D, very high dose of vitamin D. You've built really good immunity. Now, all the others come in a lipid nanoparticle. They'll bypass the immune system and go straight in. Got it? So they'll go straight in, and then they'll create a big spike load. But the other ones, which are the Astra and the J&J and all that, which are viral vector, they use an adenovirus. So if you've got a strong immune system, like your first line of defense, which is you may clear it out before it gets enough of that inside the cells to build up any spikes. And even then, even if a few get into the cells, the actual T lymphocytes will go in there and clear it all out. So if you've got really strong immune system, it's probably one of the safest ones, because you'll clear it out of the system before it gets a foothold in your system. That's where it's, even though it's not 100% safe, it's because it's coming through in a way where it can't avoid the immune system. Most people have, because they're on a kibble diet and very low vitamin D levels, they only create antibody response. They've got very poor T lymphocytes, and most of their T lymphocytes in their thymus are basically senescent. That means old and damaged. So they don't work very well. So if you fast for 3 days, you clear out your immune system, you rebuild your immune system, and then you crank up vitamin D levels, you crank up basically your taurine levels for a whole week or two. I'd do it for 2. Then your immune system is really way up here. So anything coming in as a viral vector, not as a lipid nanoparticle like Pfizer and all the other ones that get bypass the immune system, the viral vector ones coming in an adenovirus can't evade the T cells. The T cells will take them out. And the amount getting in will be very, very small, which means that you're less likely to get these long sort of the COVID symptoms and other problems. And that's where, if we do that for long enough after that, by maintaining very high vitamin D, 10,000 IUs for months, for 6 months, and we've got taurine levels up very high and the immune system really working well, we should technically clear all the remaining stuff out of the cells, so to not do the damage that normally is done to a lot of these people because they've got poor immune function and poor vitamin D due to poor vitamin D status and poor beef deficiency. They've got a animal-based deficiency, so they're not enough taurine. I call it a animal-based deficiency. I think it's funny. What about, yep, it's fine. That's a traditional one, the Sinovaxi. Yep. That is definitely a traditional one. I remember I've got the actual, remember the video that I did? Yeah, let's putting it up. Should bring it up. And so I'm going to go to my channel for a sec. Wait for it. Yeah, here it is. Oh, this one. In basically Iran. Remember this one? So it's an Australian, which I called
hey
the
guys,
World
Gabby here, and I'm really excited because for today's video, I will be doing a review and try on of Australian swimwear brand Lahana Swim.
This one actually goes through.
So this is my first time actually wearing anything by Lahana, and honestly, I am so stoked. This brand has just blown me away. The quality of the material, the cuts, the way they fit on my body, the color of all the bikinis.
The hell is that? Get rid of that. And that's the one that I wanted, the link. Open up the wrong thing. And that's the one. So that's the URL. And that actually has all the different ones here. So you can actually see protein subunit, which is, there's the Novavax, so be protein subunit. And which one? The Sinopharm. So I went right past it. So there's your mRNA. There's your mRNA. So that one there is definitely the worst. That one's the next worst. So non-replicating viral vector is like Sputnik, Astra there. That is basically the stuff is in the viral vector. So the material, so that's less problematic in comparison. And there's the J&J, which is a very similar. It's a viral vector, like Sputnik and all these. So this is a replicating viral vector, an Israeli one. That's the inactive stuff. So number here, and not that one. There's a Sinovac. That's the inactivated. So that would be the Sinopharm. I believe that's the same one in that regard. So they got different names. Let's just, they may have the other name as well. These are all the places where the different phases were done. The trials, nope, they don't have the other name here. They usually have it in the list here. So it's been, these are the countries, all the countries that have been. So they haven't updated this, so maybe it's hasn't been put on this list. The UAE for that one. Let me. Let's just see. No, that's actually a different brand. It's not a. It's Sinopharm is actually a different one, different company. Oh, that's not giving me the information. Just bear with me. This is annoying. Let's just search for it. Okay. The Sinopharm and the Sinovac are an inactivated virus. Yep. So just found it. So there it is, right there. So there's the Sinopharm or whatever. And that is basically inactivated. Very much identical to the Sinovac, which is an inactivated whole virus. And that is the one here, which is an inactivated. So it's a different company. And these are all the countries that have actually approved it. And the UAE, United Arab Emirates. So, yep. So you guys have approved it as well. Actually, where is it? Down here, there's an image. Yep. There's the Sheikh that Mohammed that's in the UAE. So, yep. So basically, yes. They're not the same, but it's a traditional. It's definitely a traditional, inactivated live traditional. So that you're good to go with that one. Yep. Yeah, I wish we had other choices. We've got a South Australian company that's got basically the product, and they've been forced to basically produce it and sell it in India because they can't be bothered wasting their time with the current nonsense from the, our sort of companies. Okay, I'll have to pump back there. I was actually back to one of the other videos before I lose it. Anyway, I'm about to pull the religious card. Do whatever you have to, Michelle. Do whatever you have to. At the end of the day, yes. I have to thank Eric Berg for 8 cups of veggies and my oxalate dumping issues. Yes. Yes, we all went down that that crackpot pathway in the keto community. Yes, I did the same thing. Yes. Bacon and eggs in the morning with 100 to 150 grams of spinach every day. After all, I was Popeye. Yes. It's not the ketones, my dear. Cancer will use everything. ketones, sugar, lactate, anything that can be used as an energy substrate, cancer will use. That's not the goal. The goal is to force back into senescence. When you go on a low carbohydrate ketogenic diet and you consume fats from animals that are very low in, you lower the level of deuterium, what happens is your cells start functioning better. They clear out, the damage of the mitochondria starts getting repaired, oxidative phosphorylation starts happening again, the energy levels go up in the cell goes, it reverts, it downregulates the oncogenes, it reverts back to a senescent cell, from a cancer cell to a senescent cell. That's what you want. Then you use Pfizer and senolytics to wipe them out. That's where a keto diet can actually force into remission, as long as it's a high-fat therapeutic with animal fats and not vegetable oils, animal fats, to bring down. If you do vegetable oils, it won't work. If you do, you have to try and actually use the low deuterium water to restore energy production. Yeah, you should make some. You're right, Alex. You should basically pull your finger out, Luke, and make me a Popeye oxalate dumping session. I need a few laughs. I had a lot of pain. I might as well get a few laughs out of the pain, So, use whatever you have to, Shell. Whatever you have to. Yes, taurine and vitamin D. Good, my dear. Good. Keep it up. Yes, just in case you have to go down that other pathway that. The least of, if we can clear out very fast before the adenovirus that brings the stuff in can't get a foothold enough, it gets cleared out very early in the piece, then we've got less infection. Remember, when your immune system is really powerful, you get asymptomatic. What does that mean? Your T cells come in, wipe out the virus right at the entry levels, before it can get into replicate and produce stuff. It's the same thing. If you put it here and the T cells pounce on it and take it out, well, you may not actually get many side effects at all. So that's why I'm actually getting everybody to therapeutic levels, because I don't know whether we can avoid it, with all these delays and all that. So I have to provide you guys with options. And so get your levels high. Fix your immune system, get your taurine levels up, sort yourself out. Be ready for anything if you have to go down the pathway you don't want to, So I know, me too. They'll be dragging me, but, for between that and destitution, I can repair a bit of damage. Destitution, that's, once you lose everything, that takes many years to recover, and I've only got 5 years to retirement. I'm not prepared to go down that path, this is why I'm so stressed. Yep, exactly. Yep. And most people are on a kibble diet. They've got poor immune system, poor vitamin D status. That is why they get so bad outcomes as well. Let's be honest. Even when they get the virus, they get bad outcomes. So they get long COVID and stuff like that. So there's a lot of that replication still happening. You need to clear all the stuff out, and they can't clear it out. That's why they have these months and months of disease. They just can't get rid of it. So whether it's a jabber or the actual thing, if you can't clear it out because you've got poor immune, you're going to have problems. So we need to really strengthen our immune system ancestrally to be able to clear out the shit as much as possible, because these bastards are unrelenting. Yeah, in Australia, it doesn't matter whether you've had and you've got lifetime immunity or whatever. It's ridiculous, absolute crazy. Just remember what happened to Novak Djokovic. Just fucking, this country's a bloody mess, lunatic place. Absolutely moronic. No, yeah, which is still traditional, so we don't have to worry. Just saw it. So, yes, I wish we had that stuff here. Would make life much easier. Part of the family, my sister and her husband, kids tested positive. See, this weekend, they all had a job prior. Yeah, freaking crazy. Yeah, I know. It's wrong what's happening. Maybe I should play that card as well. I'm sick of actually wearing the damn things in the, the work environment, shit like that. They definitely are. Against a lot of things, not only coronaviruses, but many other things as well. I just use the same one. I don't even replace it. I just use it. I put it in my pocket and reuse it and then throw it away. And then I get a free one every week from Salamanca Market. I don't even buy them, bugger them. I just use it for a couple of minutes and put it in my pocket and all that. So it's just a damn nuisance. But, rather than having some security guard hounding you to throw you out of the establishment, it's, yeah. Good. Why wouldn't it be? Is Carnivore okay for pregnant women? Elizabeth, why would you ever ask that question? They're babies once they are born, or is it true that they need carbs? No, they don't need carbs. I heard the myth in the keto community. They're fucking stupid in the keto community. The biggest problem in the keto community, they don't eat enough meat. That's their problem. Carnivore diet is perfect for humans. Provides a lot of nutrients. What do children need? A lot of nutrients. What is the most nutrient-dense food? Animal foods. Meat is the nutrient-dense food. Plants have a lot of anti-nutrients that impede the most nutrient-dense foods are meat. If you eat a lot of fat and very little protein, that's probably not a good thing. You still need fat, but you still need shitloads of protein if you're pregnant, even more than a bodybuilder sometimes. So, Maasai women, meat and dairy. Inuit women, just meat. Sand women, they're in a desert environment. There's no fruit around, or there's no, they're living in a desert environment. It's meat all the way. Our N15 data of multiple generations of thousands of years of humans. Why the hell would we need carbohydrates when we can actually endogenously produce them in our body? We just need animal foods, nutrient-dense foods for the babies. So not required whatsoever in that regard. And through gluconeogenesis, we provide it. Now, the only reason why mothers need to provide glucose through the umbilical cord and then eventually to the child while it's, breastfeeding is because the pancreas and all that, some of these organs and stuff like that as a baby, because remember, we've got a big brain and we can't come out the birth canal until we are born very vulnerable without fully being grown and developed. That's why we need the mother's milk for a lot of lactoferrin, for immune factors. Women's animal lactoferrin, let's say animal lactoferrin is here, human is right up here. Why? Because we are born earlier. And so we need a lot of the immunoprotection of lactoferrin from mother's milk. That's why when kids don't get breastfed, they end up getting a lot of infections and problems. What do doctors do? Destroy their gut microbiome with a lot of antibiotics. If they only breastfed more, they would get more of the lactoferrin, which is protective for the child, for their immune system, to modulate and all the peptides and all the other important components within the milk. And they also need some of that carbohydrate out of the milk of the mothers. Why? Simple, because they can't do gluconeogenesis. Children are not fully developed all these systems, so they need to get it from their mother. And then once they get to and they can actually go into ketosis within half an hour. They're constantly in a sort of state of ketosis. It's only when they actually drink milk from the mother that they sort of go into this low grade and then switch back. So they've got all this fat. What do you think all that fat is? For thermal protection and for energy for the baby. You know, that's what it is all about. So, yeah, we're designed to be carnivorous and fat consumers at that early stage. It's just the gluconeogenic stuff is, all the machinery is not yet developed in a child, and that's why they need to get it from the mother, that part. So there are reasons for all these stuff. Yes. Yes, they should have wean off to milk, exactly, to meat. And that's what a lot of these tribal populations do. You're welcome, mate. Yes, very much so. That wouldn't be the case. Meat and the sun, and people would have less autoimmunity. Just look at Lukey, meat and sun, and pretty much that boy is thriving and actually putting on quite a bit of muscle, and had Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Doesn't even have the symptoms anymore. You know, that is the power of an ancestral diet. Way better than any other sort of stuff in that regard. So I'm going to pull the plug. I'm going. It's 6 hours and 14 minutes. It's a well, it's not a record, but it's getting to a record. So I got a previous record of 7 hours. I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm going. I've had enough of yours. I'm joking. I could go on for, but you know, I shouldn't basically undermine my circadian clock stuff. It's 12:17. I should get to bed to be a good boy. And I'll kiss myself on the cheek and the forehead, and for being a good boy and not going too late to bed. Yes. A lot of people, sun and meat, and a lot of autoimmunity goes away. You're welcome, Bert. Shell, thanks for being here. Appreciate it, everyone. Sammy, thanks for being here, mate. Appreciate it. And Little as well, thank you. And I'm out of here, but guys, thanks for all the love. Please hit the like button and please share. And hopefully some people will be willing to watch 6 hours. You never know. Some of you people enjoy the antics. So hope you enjoyed tonight's long session. Take care and be strong. You know, I know at the moment the world is absolutely crazy, but we need to be strong for our families and ourselves as much as possible. Stiff up the lip and just try and soldier on as much as possible. Take care, guys, and thanks. Don't fall down the carb hole. Exactly. Very easy to do that. Very easy to do that. I've got Hello Kitty making me sort of carny. She's bringing around carny ice cream tomorrow. I haven't had ice cream for ages. I've been literally avoiding ice cream completely now for well over 2 weeks. I can't believe I've been able to do that. Normally I succumb, And she promised me, said, "You've been such a good boy. I'm gonna," because we went for a walk today, farmers market and all that. She said, I will make you some. So she's making me some tomorrow. I think she took pity on me. So in that way, I'm gonna get some. Anyway, I'm out of here. See you guys, and take care. And don't forget to hit the like button on your way out, please.